I've been there before now. I've seen many doors closing now, and now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, she didn't want me to go now. Her tears slowly so closing now, and now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love, my first love, whoa, whoa. My room now, I'll share my food now, prepare a life for you, and I believe God bless your womb, provide a son or moon child. You are the apple of my eyes. Believe, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love, my first love. Whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love, back to my first love. The music.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Sleeping all night, waiting to find a reason for today. It is so hot, I cannot lie. Let's drink tonight. One beer, maybe more. Mixed drinks out on the floor. Beer jam to going crazy. One last drink before I go. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't always any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Look at the sky. There must be a reason why it's so soft inside. Look at my heart, fragile in life, and I know the reason why. Two people can adore. Love hurts one store. Love birds are going crazy 'cause love will show. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't always any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can another day. Let's slow down and look at what we accomplished. Maybe we will find a reason to live. Look at all the joy and happiness and embrace what you know and live for today. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't always any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Another day. Heaven can wait another day.
Ja, die sombran saltan mak Etsu ita saluda antes de niga Radzauds and malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Parai gloria a big is the same Parai gloria a big is the same Toru itempo ipas paraita zanginilani na bendition contra biligu na fansofuam Zeus proteis landmon contra biligu na fansofuam Zeus proteis landmon
Itano Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning. It is a good morning.
It is a great
Happy
morning.
Thursday, you guys.
Hallelujah. July 15th. Jay, you were blowing up the comments there with the. Were you doing like yoga there? Or
Well,
what was,
okay, Joser's still outside, but when he comes in,
Yeah.
no, we're just like, when we start in the morning, we're still playing music. Everyone said, and I invited everybody. I just looked directly into camera. I was like, guys, come stretch with us.
right.
And
And
we did some light calisthenics, some sun salutations. Wait, where is Joe? There, ready? We're gonna do some sun salutations, Joser. And we're doing the Guam version of yoga. We got downward facing dogan.
Oh boy.
all right. Good morning. Downward facing dog.
Downward facing dogan. Also,
There's
I-
more. Wait, there's more, ladies and gentlemen.
I made. Oh wait. Okay.
This
I-
guy, by the way, this guy does not drink coffee.
Yeah, I made the mistake last night of trying to like air quotes unwind by watching a Michael Bay movie to try and like fall asleep gracefully. That is about the worst thing you can do because those movies are so action packed. And I was
Yeah.
watching Bad Boys,
Oh,
and they've got that one part when like Martin Lawrence like figures it out and like he stands up him and Will Smith. He's like, "You forgot your boarding pass." I was like, there was no way I was falling asleep gracefully at that point. I was like, dude, I'm so hyped. So that was my Wednesday evening.
all right. There you go, Jason. That's Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Simon Sanchez High School Drama Club, class of 1992.
There you go, 6:20. This is the link. Miss the link, miss the lot. Don't miss it. It's Thursday, July 15, 2021. This episode of the show brought to you by Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box on this Thursday morning. Sabrina,
Good morning.
who's coming on the show today?
Let's see. We've got Senator Jim Moylan coming on at around 7 o'clock. Then we've got the Director of the Department of Revenue and Taxation, Daphne Shimizu. We've got the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio, joining us in the 8 o'clock hour, followed by Robert Celestial. He's with the
PARS.
Right, Pacific Area Radiation Survivors. We've got Valley of the Laddies, David Tidinko, and GVB's Josh Stekenko, and Gita's Ed Camacho. And they're talking about what, Chris?
They're talking about this great event they're having at the end of the month that Jason is going to tell us all about later on.
Is it the Hilatan Minaguf?
Yes,
event?
it is.
Yes. Can't wait for that. Okay, one of the last live streams that we did, like Chris and I, like we took our cameras and our streaming gear out to Valley of the Laddie, and we took the riverboat cruise. Everyone needs to do that at least once a year. Native Guamanian, whether you just moved here, whether you came back from the States, if you're a military transplant, if Guam is your home now, do Valley of the Laddie, man. It is a fantastic way to spend an afternoon.
Great stuff. And that's happening at the end of the month, so we're going to talk about that and probably a little bit about how they're up and running,
Yeah.
And are they getting any of these tourists that are here for the Vax, what is it again?
Airbnb?
Airbnb? We'll find out. All coming up right here on the link. Facebook Live viewers, good morning on you. Got a bunch of people in our Facebook Live stream, Bree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of people.
Nestor is up and early watching. Good morning, Nestor Lecanto.
Oh, hey, Nestor. Wow.
watching.
Morning, Nestor. He's up early because there was some big news about the Afghans that
Yeah.
came out.
I doubt
nationally.
he was doing sun salutations with Joser and me,
Nah.
but yeah, he's staying on that story.
He's an early riser.
He sure is. Hey,
Oh.
the earlier you wake up, the more you live every day.
Okay, real quick, guys. Speaking of people in our comment stream, of course, Glenn Lujan, host of the Hoffa Duo podcast. Check
Yep.
it out, KOM Podcast Network. He also says tonight, Chris, you may want to attend this. GW Class of 1991 30th reunion.
Wow.
He's inviting the community, 6 to 10 p.m. Good time lounge into Mooning. Everybody's going to be safe. They're going to take care of each other, but Geckos for life, 30 years later. Chris, your alma mater, that school is so big. I know
It's
people,
awesome.
I know people that had like homeroom, like in
Yeah.
the gym, and then second period was
That's
like.
why I was skinny in high
second-
school, because it took you like 30 minutes to walk from class to class.
What is the wing that's all the way like closer to GCC, like all the way on the other side? That's a C wing, is it?
Yeah, I forget.
I mean, it's
E-wing.
literally. If you're walking like me and you got this real fast pace, it takes you
Yeah.
10 minutes to get there.
Yep. So yeah, check that out with our friend Glenn. That's class
Yeah.
of 91.
So congratulations, 91 Geckos. I know a lot of 91ers. They beat our butts badly in football, basketball, volleyball. It's a great sports school.
Right on. Again, that's Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, you can check out the Hoffman Age podcast on the KUAM Podcast Network. And Jay's got more info on that, Jay.
Yes. So once again, we keep telling everybody, just go to KUM.com and use your mouse. And of course, you would use your mouse. Or tap if you're on a mobile device and go to listen and then go to podcast. And then you can connect any of our podcasts, any or all of them. Totally up to you. It's completely flexible. And you can hook them up to Spotify, Apple Podcast, Amazon Podcast, Audible, whatever, Google Podcasts.
Right.
We got you covered.
When's yours dropping, Chris?
Soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Soon.
You
I
just
recorded my first episode yesterday.
I heard some of it. It's actually, I mean, it's funny in parts. It's also
I want to like tell you guys about it, but I don't want to
Scary.
like say too much about
just
it.
give us
Just
a
go ahead, okay,
teaser.
fine.
Stop it. Stop teasing.
So
by
I'm doing,
teasing.
I'm doing this whole thing on like, and I'm still trying to figure out what to call it, but it's just all in like supernatural stuff. So,
Like Altamona.
Tautomotna, exorcism, duendes, and then even regionally. So Vic of the One Micronesia podcast and I, we're going to do a mashup, and it's going to be him, me for one of the episodes, and we're trying to get Nadine.
Sangeni?
Yeah,
Mm.
to talk about just like different beliefs that they have in the different islands. So, I was talking to Vic yesterday, and I was like, hey, we were talking about Tautomona, and he was like, oh, yeah. And I was like, so what do you guys have Tautomona? He goes, yeah, man, I got to check, with some of the elders and find out. And I was like, no, but I know when he grew up, you guys probably had like your version of the Tautomona. And he was like, yeah, it's called the con. I forget what it's called, but he was like, oh yeah, it's called the con, and if you do this, and if you're walking through the jungle, you do this. I was like, see, you do know all about it.
Yeah.
It's all ingrained in us since, we're kids. And so I want to get together with them and find out, because it's real similar. Like in the Philippines, they have their version of the Tautomona, right?
Joser was just talking about it.
Yeah.
The demonio. And I remember my when
And the Aswad too, right? Or is it
what's it called?
Aswang?
Aswang.
That's the
yeah,
vampire.
yes.
Yep.
Ooh, wow. I can't wait.
They got a vampire, yeah.
You gotta have Joser as a guest on your show.
I know, yeah, we should. He's too shy though. Huh?
He'll type down his thoughts and then somebody's got to dictate.
So they do have their version of the Tautomona, the Capri. The Capri, and he's like a big guy, and he smokes a super big spliff. Tobacco. It's tobacco, not weed. It's a big, super big tobacco.
I've actually got a
Everything's
contribution.
we do, dude.
I've got an addition, if I may, because I remember when
Yes,
when
you
Mindy,
may.
when Mindy Uggan was here, when her two young sons, Xander and Kingsley, were here. I think they were going through a period where they were having nightmares, and then I explained to them, I was like, hey guys, there's a Japanese belief that there's this big pink elephant called the Baku, and the Baku watches over you while you sleep and he eats your bad dreams.
Wow.
And Xander, the oldest of the two, he's like, really, Uncle Jason? I was like, yeah. And for a lot of people that helps them through, but that is another tradition in Japanese culture.
Wow. Yeah.
And
So
that's the friendly.
I don't know if I'm going to get to the pink elephant that eats your bad dreams. We'll definitely try.
Ooh, Harvey says night watchers on the big island
Yeah.
of Hawaii.
Deadly.
Oh.
Oh, brother, you don't hear about the night marches?
Oh, no, you know what I also know
That
about?
was in that Netflix movie.
Is there a Netflix movie?
It's like the Hawaii version of like Goonies.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
yeah. It's
Forgot the
called,
name of it.
Is it Ohana or something?
So,
Finding
yeah.
Ohana.
Okay, actually, Harvey, since you're watching right now,
The night marchers came out.
Harvey could probably say this way better than I could, but I do know that there is I guess it's practice, tradition, respect. It's Pali Point. When you're in Oahu, if you pass, is it through Pali Point or by Pali Point, you're not supposed to take meat. And I know a lot of people that have done, even Brant McCready when he was here. If you have meat and you pass by there, you're not supposed to, because it's a disrespect to somebody who passed away there.
Because they're vegan.
The meat will go rancid.
Oh.
And I know a lot of people. They're like, yeah. When we first moved here, we went to UH, and they were like, okay. And then they said, and they're like, dude, my meat was spoiled when I got home. I just bought this at the butcher. So Harvey, if you can maybe
The
enlighten
vegan
us on that.
Tautomona of
Yeah, but
Hawaii.
that's Pali Point.
Yeah, so anyway, Paulie Jose and I, there's just so much to talk about. But with the Tautomona, I'm going to bring in I know these people who did this research on all the different types of Tautomona and all the customs. But with Paulie Jose, I don't know if you guys know, but every archdiocese, they have an official exorcist. And so he is the exorcist for the island of Guam. Isn't that crazy?
Only Guam? He doesn't like travel and
He has been up to the CNMI.
Okay.
So I don't know if he does the CNMI because they're like are they under the archdiocese?
Oh, I thought they were.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do Antigua generation Chamorros typically talk about exorcism? My nana never
No,
mentioned
so
it.
this is what
she
is
just basically
interesting.
said don't disrespect the Tautomona.
I mean, Paulie Jose Villagomez, you guys know him. Everybody knows this guy. And I asked him, I said, hey, when you were growing up, like, what did you know about, like, the Tautomona, or did you guys believe in it? And he said no, which I freaked out because I thought of all the people, Paulie Jose's, but he was telling me that his dad sang in the choir and his family was really church going, so they didn't believe in the Tautomona because for him as a priest, he thinks that the Tautomonas like pinch you and play tricks. Those are like the real ones, but the ones that possess people are really not even Tautomonas. He believes that they're demons.
But as a priest, he believes in the Tautomona?
That's the thing that we were talking about was the church doesn't necessarily, I mean, if you read the Bible or whatever, but he was saying, well, Chris, if you look back in Jesus' time, like, Jesus was going around, like, casting out demons. And he goes, yeah, so they're real. And he goes, yeah, I guess spirits walk the earth, and he was telling me, like, he believes that there's good Tautomonas, and that's all. And anything that's not good is
Demons.
from the devil. Yeah, so it's pretty crazy. He's done a few exorcisms right here in Guam. So that's what my podcast is going to be about. I'm also going to get some Surahanus and
That's gonna be a
Surahanas
good one,
and
man.
talk about just like, healing and how they also kind of, because people will call them if they believe like they're possessed. Sometimes they won't even call the priest.
And as someone who practices Chamorro customs and everything like
Wait,
that,
did you get a little scared, though? I mean,
yeah.
No, it was hard. Okay.
I stopped doing the Tautomona tales because I got freaked out.
I know.
Because
yeah.
we've live streamed in the jungle when we've done like walkthroughs, and you
Yeah.
always take the time to like stop and properly ask, you say the passages in Chamorro and
Yeah.
you ask for permission and you show respect.
No, it was hard to get scared because Paulie Jose he's a joker. You know what I mean? So every time he was telling a story and it was like, oh, that's scary, he would end it with something funny. Like he was telling me about this one exorcism he did, and he was like, it was a Palauan lady, and he was telling me like, yeah, and then boy, she was like, I am Tautomona, I'm stronger than you, and I was like, what did you say? He goes, I said, I know, Nai. But my Jesus is stronger than you. So yeah, every time I got scary, he would crack a joke. That was funny. Anyway, yeah, so I didn't want to tell you guys about it.
That's going to be
but
a
there
really
you
good
go.
one. I'm sure you want to take your time with that because
Yeah.
there's a lot of ways we could go. Okay, real quick, guys, we have a request. Anita Maternity Blas McHale says, can you guys please do a shout out to my nephew, Keith Kanagosuku from Hawaii, and
Wow.
my niece, Marlene Kanagosuku from Colorado. A happy birthday.
All right.
All right. So,
Hey, we haven't sang happy birthday in a while.
lot of Colorado. Oh, shall we?
Yeah, but you're going to have to say Kanugu. What?
Kanugusuku.
Okay.
Keith and Marlene. Keith is in Hawaii, so hafaloha, and Marlene is in Colorado. So enjoy the All-Star game.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Keith and Marlene Kanagusuku, and everybody else's birthday is today.
Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Keith Kanagusuku and niece Marlene Kanagusuku, who is in Colorado. Happy birthday to you.
That's one of those names where if you say it right, it just sounds like it's fun to say. What is it?
Kanagusuku, yeah, I'm so blind at this point, you guys.
Kanagusuki.
Trying to find it.
Yeah. Where's it at, Jay?
Well, Anita. Okay, and we have had people.
Oh,
that
yeah.
We
Here it
have
is.
people. We
Keith
have had.
Kanagusuku.
I want to admit, we have had people that are trolling in the last year that we've been doing the show, and they'd say, "Oh, can I get a shout out for my cousin IP Freely?"
Ba-dum-bum.
Yeah.
Say it's 6:33.
Yeah. Oh, my uncle's got a birthday today. Ass on fire. I was like, no. Look. I grew up watching The Simpsons. All right, I know about those.
We did have some comments here. F. Glenn goes,
Jason.
even being out in certain hours of the evening as well, such as dusk and early morning hours, what they call orangog.
Hey, Speaking of members of our Palauan community, my brother from another mother, Bilal Niralbong.
All right.
Best friend since second grade.
Yep.
Lived up the street from me on Raven Way, and he pop out would say, "Hey, what's up, Bilal?"
All right. You know how most Palaus like smoking their weed, Jay? In the bong. That's a joke Carlito told me. Here we
I
go.
Get it.
You didn't get it because Bong, a lot of the last names of Bong, like Roger
Niralbong.
Bong,
Reche Bong.
right?
Oh.
Nero Bong.
Okay. Thank you.
Can't take you anywhere.
Can we get back to the podcast about
yeah.
the Tatamono?
Well, I was just reading these
we hit our
comments here.
stride at that point.
Yeah, so thanks. F. Glenn goes, believe in spirits, definitely a part of our culture. Yes, Jason, my elders and my family did believe in such things as we had healers in my family, a.k.a. Surahana. Chris, can you go on left field with the White Lady Bridge on the Malfunction show? All right.
How
Hey,
many years ago when
There's
you
a
did that?
family in Orat Shambago, I believe, that they're a family of healers. A family of healers.
wow, yeah.
Okay, so for context, right? When you had the Malfunction show, what was it? God, what was that? 15 years ago? It was you and Andy Wheeler and Julius Caesar Santos. You guys actually, as a skit, right?
Yeah.
You guys went and you spent the night at White Lady Bridge.
Yep.
I know there's a lot of people that were like, "Hey, great concept. It's probably going to be a really funny
I got a
thing."
lot of hate for that, though, because people were like, why are you joking around with the White Lady?
There's that, too.
Take it serious.
Was it scary spending? I mean, because that place is completely unlit.
Yeah, it was scary.
And
Don't
not
do it.
unlit like the kids would say these days, not
Yeah,
lit like
not
that. I
lit,
mean,
yeah.
there is no light down there. Was it scary?
Yeah, it was scary. Would you do it? Yeah.
No.
I mean, we barbecued, though. Only the Malfunction boys would sleep over at White Lady Bridge and turn it into a barbecue.
So what are the places in our culture that we always say, like, oh, if you, and we've talked about this so many times at KUM, like if we should do like a Halloween segment or a Tautamona
Well,
segment.
there's Berdalio's Mansion.
Berdalio's Mansion,
Right,
old GMH when it
yeah.
was
Right,
still around,
yeah.
White Lady Bridge,
Mm-hmm.
Tokcha Cemetery.
Yeah.
Even though it's
Leo
peaceful,
Palace also is known as a haunted area.
is it?
I used to work there, yeah, and a lot of the employees would say that they saw soldiers, Japanese soldiers, World War II uniforms, like all that. It would happen all the time. They'd say,
Wow.
"Oh, don't go over there because you're going to see the soldiers," or the security guard would say, like they would see Japanese soldiers in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Have you ever been to Sergeant Yokoi's cave like in the nighttime?
Yeah. Why would I go to Sergeant McCoy's cave in the nighttime?
No,
What
I
are
don't
you-
know. To hang out, man.
Yeah, I'll just hey, let's go hang out at Sergeant
Barbecue.
McCoy's cave in the middle of the jungle
Barbecue.
at night.
Well, okay, so Sergeant Shoichi Yokoi, right? How long did he hide out on Guam? What, 17 years?
So it was a minute.
That is amazing. I mean, he was heralded as a hero when they finally brought him back to Japan so many years later.
You know what would be amazing?
17 years.
If there was a plot twist and it turned out like he actually had kids, that he was secretly seeing a Chamorro lady all that time and he had some kids. That'd be it. It's 6:37. Okay, let's get serious now, guys. You ready? Yeah. Okay, let's do it. This is the link. Good morning, 6:37. We always like to obla when we start the show. You know what I mean? Drink
this
your
is
coffee.
This is the part of the fiesta table. Okay, you've got your plastic knife, you got your fork, you got your napkins wrapped around it. Now let's go for the dinner rolls.
Let's go. It's 6:37. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. Hid almost 30 years, Jay. Harvey commented in.
What's that?
He hid almost 30 years.
Was it almost 30? Wow.
Yeah, because the war ended in 45, and I think he was discovered in the 70s.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that makes like Tom Hanks in Castaway look like I mean, Tom Hanks was only on the island for like 4 years. I mean,
Right.
30 years.
6:37 with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Howdy, everybody. It's still not clear whether Guam will be host to thousands of Afghans who helped U.S. troops during the decades-old war in Afghanistan. The Biden administration, however, announced today Operation Allies Refuge to evacuate the Afghans and their families who supported America. Flights out of Afghanistan are scheduled to begin in the last week of this month for those who are already in the process of obtaining special immigrant visas or SIVs. Due to operational security, where they will be sent is not being disclosed at this time. An estimated 18,000 applicants are already awaiting visas, with an estimated 53,000 family members seeking to accompany them. An administrative investigation has been launched at the Guam Police Department after 3 employees, including a sworn police officer, were booked and released for driving while impaired. According to a media release on June 24th, GPD Chief Steve Ignacio was made aware of an incident involving 26-year-old Rochelle Bachman, 30-year-old Rhea Sanchez, and 28-year-old Karina Paulino. Through the course of the investigation, it was learned that all 3 had consumed alcohol throughout the night and were in control of a vehicle. The case has been forwarded to the AG's office for possible prosecution. Starting August 1st, pandemic unemployment claimants will have to file proof that they're looking for a job. Labor Director David Delasola says claimants must perform 3 work searches a week to remain eligible for PUA and FPUC benefits. He said it's also a good way to prepare them for when the unemployment assistance ends on September 4th. GDOL will release a video soon outlining the process. Now, there are multiple ways to make work search contacts, including registering on the HireGuam.com website or visiting the American Job Center in Anigua. Several groups are exempt. These include employees working reduced hours, those in an approved job training program, and the self-employed working to reestablish their businesses. With more news now, here is Tyler Matsinani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos Den half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsinani with your headlines here on The Link. The economy is doing better than expected, but it's still not doing well. That was the assessment of Bank of Guam Chief Economist Joe Bradley in remarks Wednesday before a local business group.
No surprise, says Bradley, because the pandemic has hit every economy pretty hard. Interviewed after his speech at the Rotary Club, he said perhaps the biggest challenge now and going forward, inflation, the rising prices of just about everything.
There are a couple of reasons for that. One is the supply chain disruptions that are raising manufacturing costs, the costs of goods in particular, but also services. And in Guam's particular case, we've got fuel prices are just going through the roof. Sit precariously on a 2-legged stool of tourism and military spending. Both industries are unstable.
He says Guamanians are heavily dependent on fuel for everything from electricity and to gas our cars. He adds that 40% of the economy relies on tourism, which has been virtually non-existent and is only now poised for a long, slow recovery. We have managed to weather the COVID storm, but by the grace of federal pandemic assistance.
Well, I think that kept our economy afloat, in fact, in reasonably good condition. If I remember the numbers correctly, our economy has been rising to about $5.6 billion annually. So $3.5 billion kind of fills in that great big gap.
So what happens if and when the mana from Washington runs out?
Let me see. The last thing on my notes here said, I don't know. I think that actually that Congress is going to be more selective in their targeting of stimulus, but I think because we're so heavily dependent upon tourism that we may be in the group that gets a continuation of some of the programs we've been experiencing.
Knock on wood, says Bradley. Knock on wood.
A Superior Court grand jury has returned a true bill against Nicholas Wayne Moore. He was officially indicted for a drive-by shooting that occurred last year on October 15th in Agana Heights. According to the indictment, he was officially charged with aggravated assault, terrorizing, and possession of an unregistered firearm. According to the magistrate's complaint, Moore was driving his black Ford F-150 with another passenger. Moore allegedly shot at an individual identified as BM at the Agana Heights basketball court on October 15th. BM, however, told detectives that he believed the intended target was an individual identified as CAG because he stole money from Moore. Detectives were clued in on Moore's alleged involvement in the drive-by shooting while they were conducting another investigation into the suspected murder of Michael Castro, who had been missing. Moore was arrested in the state of Florida last month for the drive-by shooting and the murder of Michael Castro. An indictment, however, has not yet been returned for the murder case. Moore is scheduled to be arraigned on August 13th. In efforts to keep our island clean, the abandoned vehicle project has resumed and it's been flowing smoothly. The project is part of the island-wide environmental cleanup program by the Mayor's Council of Guam. It's funded through the Recycling Revolving Fund. Junk vehicles, tires, batteries, waste oil, and white goods are some of the items collected. Deputy Director Michelle Lastimosa of Guam Environmental Protection Agency said 309 invoices have been processed for the month of June, totaling a little over $470,000.
In this time frame, that's equates to 5,468 tires, 844 abandoned vehicles, 933 white goods, and 247.52 cubic yards of loose metals.
Sinahanya Mayor Robert Hoffman, who is also the vice president of the MCOG, said the program has been doing great.
The contractors are happy, they're being paid on time. The EPA process is very smooth, and it's just, we want to kind of take it to the next level. So we look forward to engaging the administration, as well as work on the other little critical areas, and then get together with UOG and the sustainability of what else we can do, because we don't want to have to do this every year. And I think if we find a place where we can actually divert some of the things and work on it, and then the last thing.
Contact your village mayor's office if you would like to get rid of any white goods you may have. An update on the program is expected 2 weeks from now. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Thanks, Ty. Over at the Guam Congress building today, budget oversight hearings continue. Up first is Guam Customs and Quarantine, followed by the Guam Department of Education this afternoon. GDOE originally requested a budget of $373 million for FY 2022. Superintendent John Fernandez says they've reworked the numbers and instead will present a budget of $291 million. The budget was reworked as a portion of ARPA funds that GDOE received will offset some of their projects and programs for next fiscal year. GDOE will appear before senators at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The FDA is warning that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been linked to a rare autoimmune disease. The vaccine was linked to Guillain-Barré syndrome in about 100 people out of nearly 13 million who received the shot. Public health experts say the benefits of the vaccine still far outweigh the risks. Natalie Brand reports from Washington.
The spread of the fast-moving Delta variant across the U.S. is putting increased pressure on Americans who have yet to get vaccinated.
Any variant that emerges concerns us because of possibility that it's more transmissible. It may change the severity of illness.
The CDC is monitoring a surge in COVID cases in states across the South and West, especially in under-vaccinated areas.
A lot of the behavior that I think is driving spread of infection is people wanting it to be over and acting as if it's over, and really abandoning even the more modest precautions like mask wearing that would help.
Orange County, Florida has joined the list of places now recommending that people go back to wearing masks indoors, even if fully vaccinated. The CDC says the current vaccines stand up to the Delta variant. The agency's advisory committee has scheduled a meeting for next week to discuss vaccine safety. On Monday, the FDA added a new warning to Johnson & Johnson's single-dose vaccine, saying the shot may be linked to a very rare neurological disorder known as Guillain-Barré syndrome.
People with viral and bacterial infections can get an autoimmune reaction against the nerves in their body, and it happens occasionally with vaccines.
Doctors say the benefits of the J&J shot still outweigh potential risk. But as discussion turns to the potential for booster shots, U.S. health officials say more data is needed.
There's ongoing work with FDA to determine if and when and for whom booster doses would be indicated.
Pfizer met with Biden administration health officials this week to talk about preliminary booster data, and the National Institutes of Health has launched a clinical trial of its own. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Washington.
Here at home, Guam records 4 new positive cases of COVID-19 from 597 tests conducted on July 13th. 2 cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,471 officially reported cases of coronavirus, with 142 deaths. 117 cases are active, and there have been 8,212 recoveries. A total of 5 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is now 1.1. As for vaccinations, a total of 92,723, or 77.2% of adults, have been fully immunized on Guam. And a 47-year-old Daryl Tahaji of Jigo and 67-year-old Michael Torres of Mongmong Totumaiti were the 2 lucky winners this week of the governor's Vax and Win incentive program. Here's Isaiah with more.
47-year-old Daryl Tahaji of Jigo and 67-year-old Michael Torres of Mongmong Totumaiti were the 2 lucky winners this week of the governor's Vax and Win incentive program. Tahaji won the $10,000 cash prize. He received dose 1 of the Pfizer vaccine on March 27 and his second dose on April 17. While visiting his mom in Arizona, Tahaji shared via Zoom that he got vaccinated as soon as it was made available.
So once the governor's office announced the age groups and public health, we immediately made the appointment to get vaccinated, and I would like to thank everybody, the governor's office, the National Guard, everybody involved, the medical team, everybody, for making getting vaccinated swift, and hopefully we never have something like this happen again, but God forbid it does happen. Guam will be prepared because we showed that we can do it, and the rest of the world will see that we can do it, and we learn more than ever prevention.
Torres won a 2022 Toyota Corolla LE valued at $21,000. He received the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine on January 26th and his second dose on February 13th. She says that the age group of 20 to 30s are afraid of how their
waiting and waiting for the vaccine even before it became public. So as soon as it was available on Guam, we took your advice that we need this vaccine. And there are a lot of young people out there that I encourage them to please go out and get vaccinated, because there are still so many that will contract this virus, and they are giving it to other members in the family. I have a nephew that will not get vaccinated. I'm working with him to get vaccinated. I don't know what it is with this, the age group, the specific age group, that they're afraid, but there's nothing to be afraid of.
She says they plan to use the car for transportation for medical purposes. As of Tuesday, 92,611 adults on the island have been recorded fully vaccinated against the virus, according to the Joint Information Center. This means we are 2.85% closer to achieving Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's goal of 80% of the island's adult population vaccinated or herd immunity by Liberation Day on July 21st. The last 2 winners of the big prizes will be selected Wednesday, July 21st. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Ugin.
Tomorrow, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas tardes, tiget sunto bitunut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Makonfirma ni Joint Information Center gipangin Matis, imina 42 na finaitay gin ni COVID-19. Itataw ni 65 anos na idalahi sa Matay Guam Memorial na Hospital, Guhinaogan. Masoda na timabakuna itataw gwa otro siya sinon za mates positibo para COVID at zawa na diyan Matis. Otro artikulo, matutunan administrative na investigasyon gi Departamentong Polisiya, dispersed stress na empleyado kung todo yung official polisiya sa manmabuk pas manmasota sa pagmamaninukon mentas mamulotso. Según release gin ni media, gidya 24 gi Hunyo, ihafi ni GPD si Stephen Ignacio, manatungo por estinasin ni Sedi, linadbaga si Rachel Buckman, 26 anos na edad, si Ria Sanchez, 30 anos na edad, dan si Corina Polino, 28 anos na edad. Durante ang investigasyon, masoda na 33 sa manggimin at kohod ginapoingi, lumamanene ya ikaritan niya, mananogyo opisina ni Narada Bagao, no ikausa za posible na sinya mamaprosecute. Otro masasunto, i-grand jury ni Superior Court sa mainday sa Nicholas Wayne Moore para di drive-by shooting gidyakin sige Oktubre gimapos na sakan giza Aganya Heights. Masakin ni manatakan empetu, manispanta, sa mangangat kapaki sa Malahestra. Masketso pro ma rengi diatras sige gusto. Sigun ni complain ni magistrates, asusugun si Moore kulot atilong na Ford F-150 zon otro na pasahero. Masondi na apaki un tauto ni ma-identifika na si BM, gi basketball court gi Zayagania Heights. Lo si BM asangani detective siya na sanong ginazia emog pumaki sa otro na tauto ni ma-identifika na si CAG sa Pudasaki sa Lapenya si Moore. Matungo ni detective siya na membatya si Moore gwinin na sinisedi ana may bestiti kay fanaytay Michael Crutchtrue. Notisin niya masoda gwihin na tempo. Masuspepet siya si Moore gwihi lokwi na kausa. Sa maaresta giza Florida gimapos na mes. Tawza trabiya indictment para adyo na kausa. Mas ginikoti, maapreba ni ikoti adji motion ni para masepare kausanya si John Hobart Lawrence, ginempleado ni United States Department of Agriculture, para dibdanya niya ati siya i-bid para Universidad Guahan no salapi i-federal. Si Hobart dyan niya ganya, Janica Lawrence, dyan ritiraw na profesor gi UOG si Thomas Marler sa mamaindag gitutuhon po wire fraud and money laundering na inataki. Sigon na zanood din ganoon na kausa, Estados Unidos sa magumento na debido masepara este na kausa sa intensyon niya sa para ma-introduce statemento ni Lawrence, gay hendon ni federal no direktamento ay incriminate si Marler dyan si Janica. Matake si Hobart niya di conspiracy to restrain trade and conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Ito na trial si John Lawrence sa para umasagon mo na ni maschedule ni para diya 17 Agosto gimenan hefe na West Francis Taidenko Gatewood. Ito na trial si Thomas Marler at si Janica Lawrence sa atatiti trial na si John gimenan West John Coffenor. Utumugin ni KUM News para pago na Webis. Siya manalong flete ginin Taiwan. Damaski dos meet manananga na bisita este primet semana na Agosto. Represente ni Guam Visitors Bureau si Carl Gutierrez sa sangan na Maurikeste na tinituhon para si Air V&V na binakunan na programa tourism sa lahat na tourist ginotrusiya na lugar humatatize zunay nanaw. Por ejemplo, maninteresaw i Air Asia Philippines. Ilang mas na i Philippines Airlines manggugupo para saan magay na lugar gini Filipinas. Disti Clark sa Cebu, Iloilo, Zantayguya siya na International Airport. Ilang sa Gutierrez na katadzi US Embassy sa Manila. Pero spiya ay konsiderasyon niya na umapreba visa para di siya Tagalo ni mamalago mabisita mga giguahan. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception. Yasunto yung finut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now.
Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply.
So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement.
Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
It is time for you to leave again. You know it hurts me every time. Though I know you will return to me, baby. I hate to be alone tonight. It's time for you to leave again. You know it hurts me every time. Though I know you will return to me, baby. I hate to be alone tonight. How do you sleep after I'm gone? Baby, I need you now. Late at night in bed, I try to go to sleep. Here without you, you're all I need by my side every day, and sleepless night. I think you're very pretty smile, my friend. You know it helps me every time.
I have a funny story for you guys. You get that picture? Ray Chook, by the way, this is classic, man. Sleepless Nights. Remember this one, Bree? So anyway, my oldest son texted me this picture last night on WhatsApp. This picture of these. What kind of shoes are these, Jay? They're Jordans, right? Hold on. Go ahead.
These are the original Air Jordans.
Right. So he sends me this picture. He's got a job and everything. He's a working hard, young type of man, upstanding, fine citizen. So he sends me that picture, and I said, wow, I always wanted a pair of those, but I could never afford it. Congratulations. And he was like, wow, really, Dad? And he was like, yeah, they've been around since 1984.
Also, these are the ones with no arch support.
Yeah.
This I know. I mean, these are really, really stylish. If you have some of these, I mean, it's basically like a car payment.
Right.
But apparently Michael had flat feet because these are, you know.
Yeah, but it was funny because he was like, yeah, Dad, they've been around since 1984. And I was like, yeah, son, I know. I was there. These kids nowadays, man. 707.
I wonder if Senator Moylan had a pair of Jordans from way back.
No, he doesn't really seem like a Jordan kind of. Did you have?
Also, these are the ones.
Oh, where are you, Senator? There you are.
For my Converse, that I can only get once a year, the school year starting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you were a Chuck Taylor guy, Senator?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you had the what is it? The option of the knee high one or
The high
just the
top.
half one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you only get tennis shoes once a year.
Yep.
For school.
School year. Yep. Converse. Hard to believe people used to play basketball in those things.
It's amazing. Dr. J's ankles still work.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
708. Well, enough about shoes. Good morning, by the way. This is the link brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Republican Senator Jim Moylan joins us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Senator.
Hi, good morning, and happy, it's Thursday already of
Yeah.
the week. Good morning, you all.
Brought you on because I saw you wrote a letter to the governor, and this was relative to the RISE Act. And so I kind of read through it a little bit, Senator, and the gist of it was hurry up and pay this thing.
Yes, yes. And going back to now we have the All Rise Act via
Oh, sorry,
executive
wait.
order.
Oh, hold on there. You said it wrong. Bree, what is it called?
All rise.
Thank you.
All
Proceed.
rise. Yeah, Quince, you go to those meetings at Adelup, and when the governor comes in, we basically, that's what we do. We all
Yeah.
rise. So it's kind of fitting, I guess, to name it that, coming from
Kind
the
of an inside
executive
joke
order.
with the Adelupians. They're like,
That
oh,
is-
get it? Because
that's-
we always say rise when the governor comes in, and now we got this all rise thing, and it's like,
All rise,
ah.
yeah.
It's an insider kind of thing.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So the executive order altered the RISE Act, right? But if we go back a little bit, when this RISE Act was actually into public law in the 35th Guam legislature, the governor had some difficulties with it then, right? She lapsed the RISE Act into law because she felt it was discriminatory. And then she never implemented the RISE Act. And then the pandemic comes, and then the conversation starts again. The RISE Act could help. It's law. You lapsed it into law, pay it out. Then the governor said, well, it's still discriminatory, and I'm going to take it to the Attorney General. The Attorney General answered and said, there's other laws that are available for benefit some folks and don't benefit others. We're not discriminating. Governor, you can pay it out. And so we waited again, and it wasn't paid out. And then in May, on the executive order, 2021-11, she created the All Rise, right? And now it's July, and we still haven't paid out the revision of it. And some of the difficulties, well, there's two things. We're awaiting DRT's application process, okay? And then we're also awaiting the identification of funds. So I know DRT is working hard on the application process, and I believe we have over $600 million in funds available too. So we had the money, so I think they should identify it and dedicate it to that for the All Rise thing. Now, if the governor insists that we must have an application and DRT insists we must have an application, then I think with that, that's all we need. If they really must have that application process, and I'm glad DRT is trying to put that online to expedite that, and the mayors are assisting, that's great too. But they're going back, the governor is going back after altering the RISE Act through executive order by including, now we know it's the local government employees and the federal employees and the GovGuam retirees are included in the All Rise Act, which was excluded in the Public Law 35-136, the RISE Act.
Let me ask you this, Senator.
So-
Let me get in because we had a
Yes.
comment from Rosemary. She comments in the RISE Act was for private sector capped at $30 million because she, meaning the governor, added GovGuam retirees and I believe federal workers. Why can she not raise the $30 million? All she keeps saying is first come, first serve, and if the funds run out, they run out. It's another slap in the people's faces.
From the start, yes, and that's what I was trying to preference this. From the start, the governor has fought on the RISE Act. Now with the All Rise Act, again, still delaying the process. The executive order changed, amended, completely changed what the original RISE Act said by including federal employees, government employees, and retirees. With a stroke of the pen on the executive order 2021-11, the governor amended that. Why not, just like that, the comment coming online, simply adjust the 30 million. That 30 million was based on an estimate of the private company employees who are eligible. And so we put in 30 million. Now you're including government of Guam employees, federal employees, and retirees. with a stroke of a pen, as easily as you did that executive order for All Rise, increase the $30 million. I've heard the governor say it's capped. Well, I've heard the governor tell me more than once that we have no authority, the legislature, on how she wishes to spend the recovery money. So now you're telling us you need to follow what the original RISE Act says. Now you're telling the people of Guam, oh, there's only $30,000 available. Now you're telling the people of Guam, we're increasing the amount of people that are eligible for this because I think it's the right thing to do. But if the money runs out, I'm sorry, first come, first serve.
Yeah.
I disagree with that entirely. If the governor so wished to help more people, good for her, right? And good for the people of Guam. But you can also, with the stroke of a pen and an executive order, as simply as what you did by increasing the amount of people eligible, increase the amount of money in that. You can follow along as those applications come through with DRT to say, we have so many hundreds, we're at this much was dedicated. We have, I don't know, $1 million left. Let's increase that. That's how the CARES money came to Guam. Little and piecemeals at the time. Spend it, we'll give you more. As you spend it, we'll give you more. Governor, you have over $600 million. You're telling us that you're going to keep the budget of $30 million on the All Rise Act, which would put money directly into the hands of the most needy of the people of Guam, which by doing so, they spend their spend on their necessities in our local stores, which hires the people, which pays employee tax, and the employer pays the BBT tax, which comes back to the government of Guam in the form of revenue for our general fund to provide the services for the people of Guam. Yes, I agree with that comment from that listener. Yes, the governor has adjusted the original RISE Act of who's eligible. The governor as well can adjust the amount. There is no cap for the governor. The governor has complete authority to adjust that amount as much as necessary to meet those who apply.
You know, it's
that's part of the letter as well.
Kind of irresponsible, or I mean, I don't know if I just missed it, but when the governor amended public law with an executive order for this All Rise, were there any numbers provided? Did she say, like, I want to include the GovGuam retirees, and this is how many retirees there are, this is how many government employees are, this is how many federal workers would be eligible, and this is how much extra it would be, or this is at the very least, this is how much it would cost if they each get the 800 or whatever it is. I mean, that's kind of basic if you're going to amend this law and let everyone fight for this $30 million. Why not also come to the table and be genuine and say, hey, I want to include the retirees, I want to include the government employees, I want to include the federal workers, which was not the intent of this law at all, but I'm amending it because I have superpowers through an executive order, and it's going to cost this much more, or this is how much it's going to cost. I mean, isn't that kind of basic? Like, what's up with you senators? You don't even ask the right questions. Like, why didn't anyone say, hey, Governor, how much is that going to cost? Because we're sitting here talking about letting everyone fight over $30 million, but we don't have any idea how much this new that the governor's bringing is going to take out of that $30 million. And what you're going to end up having is this law that was passed with the intent of assisting private sector workers who are out of work, and now they've opened it up for people who were working and were getting paid. And we don't know how much it's going to impact the private sector people who were the original, supposed to be anyway, the original recipients of this RISE Act. So
yeah.
I don't even know.
Very good point, Chris. And I just like to make a distinction. The RISE Act is not being used here. Public Law 35136 was not implemented. It's done. It's going to die. It's actually going to sunset it as well. It doesn't exist. What the governor is paying out or has implemented in the All Rise Act is an executive order. The governor can put in that executive order anything she wishes to do. She basically crumpled up the RISE Act and said, you senators don't know what the heck, you know. And my idea is better. but I'm just going to keep with the 30 million. Would the governor have identified the difference by increasing those who are eligible to apply? Well, definitely, right? But if you're going to make it so difficult by keeping with all these requirements, that DRT is just following instructions. It's not the DRT's instructions, it's the governor's instructions. And the governor somehow wants to refer back to the RISE Act that was not implemented. She did not implement 35-136. She implemented the executive order, but wants to make it difficult with still going back to the original RISE Act. You don't have to do that. If you want the application, then so be it. You don't have to have everything else. You don't necessarily have to have the mayor's confirmation that, hey, I'm a resident. You got the tax information. But if you want to blame the legislature for only making 30 million, well, you never implemented our law the way we said it. So therefore, with the all powers that the governor has through the executive order, you increase the eligibility of the people that are eligible, increase the amount of money. The governor has told the legislature butt out so many times with the federal funds, it's none of your business to include our current budget that we're going through now. She is not letting us know how much money the governor is dedicating from the American Rescue Plan into the budget for the agencies. So I'll tell you later. My plan's in draft form. You guys, senators, figure it out with the general fund. And from there, I'll distribute the money as so I wish. Okay.
So Senator Moylan,
that's what you want to do.
having said all that, and having said that she took Public Law 35-136, crumpled it up, how do you know that she's not doing the same thing with your letter?
Oh, that's understood. That's understood. And if the governor does something, well, I'll find out through the news, right? By listening to you good folks here on that. I'm making this statement. I'm putting it cordially, and I'm doing it letter form to the governor on her busy schedule. I'm going to hear it. You should have picked up the phone and called me. Well, then how am I going to reiterate that to my constituents? How am I going to share that with my colleagues? Oh, the governor told me this. Oh, I heard on the radio this. Why don't you play back the tapes on?
No, you're right.
On the link.
It's a failure.
Time.
It's a failure. Communications failure at Adelup. We shouldn't be out here talking to the wall. We just shouldn't. We shouldn't. These questions get asked, then Adelup should be coming with the answers. It's like pulling teeth to get any information out, even when you do ask. So.
Right. Yeah. So yes, my letters have become paper airplanes, and okay.
How about paper footballs?
But at least we started the conversation, and with the media's help, social media as well. Somehow it forms into something from the governor's office that hopefully helps the people of Guam. And in this case, it's the All Rise Act that she has formed with the governor's own intent at the governor's cap, not the legislature's cap. When you did the executive order, you can simply have, with the stroke of the pen, doubled it, or say, I won't stop until the last eligible person receives their check.
Wouldn't that be something? I won't stop until everybody gets their all rise. I'm not going to sleep until the people have that money in their pocket. Instead, it's like, never mind. They're going to stay next month. Totally.
Yeah. I mean, this is important for the people of Guam. You got so many calls, right? That's
Senator,
the main
you have
concern.
no idea.
I mean, 112, that's an issue, right? But when you deal with the pocketbooks of the people of Guam, that's their life, right? These are people that need this money, which has been delayed since it passed in public law in the 35th Guam legislature, and has been fought from being lapsed, which has been fought through the Attorney General, with finally creating it their own executive order, trashing 35-136 to make it super duper all rise, right? But still is putting pressure on those most eligible, causing stress unnecessary when this should be been something of a relief, causing stress to the mayor's office too.
They're not
when
even.
this should
People
been
aren't
something of
stressed.
a relief
They're
as
pissed
well.
off, Senator. The people I talk to about this Rise Act, especially the private sector workers who are out of work and on the PUA, they're just pissed. They don't understand. They feel like the governor hates them.
Right now you got people racing to get to the front of the line. Why are we doing that? Now you got people worried. Am I going to meet the cutoff?
Where's yours, Bree?
Why do we do that?
Are we on
You
here?
have over $600 million. Yeah. There's my letter.
Here's Senator
Bye,
Moylan's letter to the governor. That's what they do to the Sedataloop. They're like, yep. All right, that's just Senator Moylan letter. Go. You know where to put that. Oh, yep.
There you go. Hey, that was a good
Yeah,
one.
there's
That
your
was a
all
good quote
rise.
there. I got my vaccination card. I can get on that plane too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, it is really frustrating.
Yeah. Let's
'Cause
let's
we're
not
talking
stress
about
the
this.
people of Guam, the most needy of this money, right? We even did a measure. I think it was Bill 77 or 76, saying double the Rise Act. You know, we waited too long. Double it. You got over $600 million. It is not a grant. I heard that also. And comparing it to a grant where it's capped, no, it is not. You know, you're not. You can adjust that. You can increase that. Well, the governor has done that before. The governor can do it again. The way this is going, it's disappointing. Yes, we're going to put money in the hands of people. Yes, some are going to get it. But unless the governor increases this amount, then we're putting people against people, trying to beat each other in front of the line. And that's not what should be done.
So what's going to happen though? Because I know when she was asked this question, I think over a month ago, about now that you've expanded the Rise program to the All Rise, what about the 30 million? Because it was capped, and she was pretty adamant that like, no, I'm following the law. 30 million is what they told me, so 30 million is what they're going to get.
But I mean, she
Right, so
essentially doubled the amount of people
Right,
who.
I realize that,
Yeah.
but that was just basically her response.
I mean, it's really,
So-
it's when it's convenient for her to hold up the law and say she's following the law, then she says that. When it's not convenient, she just throws in the trash can. I don't understand. It's so frustrating for us because everywhere I go, like Menenzuela's, for real, people are just like, what's up with the Rise? I just went to go cash a check the other day, and the lady was like, can you give us the application? Is it out already? And people think there's an application out because of all this mayor's verification. And they've been asking me since December when the thing passed. It's now the 7th month of 2021.
Right. Yeah, good point. And then Bree, to answer your question as well, I can introduce a measure to say, I make it 100 million on the bill, right? Or until the last applicant is received, until the last application is received. We can introduce that in a measure. Why do that? Why go through the public hearing process? Why have the senators fight to do this when you never implemented the 3536, the original Rise Act to begin with? When you just took it by executive order and you implemented your own All Rise Act. But if you need the senator to tell you something you told the senator you have no business in dealing with, okay. Make another airplane with my bill. But if that's what I really need to do, okay.
It's scratch paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
do that
just
as
going to be
well.
interesting to see how this all
All right.
plays out, right? Pays out.
Yeah.
Pays out. Because I remember back last year when the Azuda Mngafa came out, Senator Amanda Shelton's bill, and there was that debate on the floor, like we don't need to, we're overstepping our bounds. We shouldn't be legislating federal money, but it still, went through.
Yeah, because they wanted to put a feather in Senator Shelton's cap because she goes to bat for the administration. That was what it was. I mean, and we got to let you go, Senator, but I mean, bottom line is if the governor had made the call that she wanted to include the GovGuam retirees and the government workers and the federal workers, then she should have done the responsible thing and brought that money to the table and put it in the pot instead of just, slapping the private sector workers in the face, basically, and now saying, oh, now you guys are, I'm going to add all these folks who are already working and earning money, not like you guys, and you guys can all fight for this $30 million. And if you get it, you get it. If you don't, sorry.
I totally agree. And I feel the money should be available until the last person eligible has applied for that, and then you stop funding that All Rise Act.
Or you pay out the private sector workers first, and then with the leftover, you divvy that up with all the people that you wanted to bring to the party.
All eligible, all can be done with a stroke of the pen by an executive order as well.
Yeah. And I feel we had a retiree called, was it last week? This retiree called, and she wanted to know about the mayor's verification, and she was really glad, obviously, that she's getting an all-rise payment. So I'm not saying, like, these other people don't need it. I'm just saying that the original intent of the law was to benefit the private sector workers who are out of work. And, well, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. By the way, the 16th is coming up. I think that was the day for the public comments period to end from U.S. Treasury. But have you heard anything at all about a draft or anything with how the governor intends to spend the ARPA money?
Thanks for that question. I was on a phone call with the U.S. Treasury via the invitation from our congressman that we listened to the Treasury Department on their requirements or asking the questions per the instructions on how do we distribute this and how do we report this. And there was hundreds of people on that 2 a.m. call this morning asking different questions. The cabinet, the governor has expressed that, we're waiting on the final thing on the 16th, and a final report will come out. But they're just talking about understanding the instructions on how to spend this money. But they kept on also, the Treasury Department, in my understanding in this phone call this morning, says it's very flexible. It is very flexible as long as you keep within these guidelines. If you determine it's within your loss of revenue for your government of Guam was due to the pandemic. What particularly was due from the pandemic? How do you show your loss? Just look at the last 2 years. Where would you been currently if the pandemic happened? And then you can use that amount. You have trouble with this agency will identify it and give us. They want our plan. And all they're waiting. Well, all this thing about July 16th and the final report date and understanding is just clarification on the instructions that they already put out. They're just creating a question and answer to understand more details. I don't think the Treasury has the government of Guam's plan. Otherwise, we've already implemented it, right? I don't think, I haven't seen the plan, and I'm sure when the plan gets released, it's going to be as great as the All Rise Act and probably come out with drones and a video of how terrific it is. But in the meantime, just go over the draft with us. Help us understand. The senators have introduced their measures. We all signed off on it. They said, "Oh, it looks good. We'll let you know. Thanks for your help." We're doing our own.
Maybe that's what the drone show is about. Maybe that drone show in Liberation, they're going to unveil the spending plan.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I hope to make an airplane out of my bill in the form of a drone. That looks so cool.
All right, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I haven't made a paper airplane in a while, so I appreciate that.
I appreciate that. You still got it.
I do, right? Yep.
Okay.
Should have been an engineer.
All right, see you later. There's Daphne. Bye, Daphne.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said.
Those are some really nice paper airplanes, you guys.
Well, Bree,
you guys just did that on the fly.
You went for the long, because you could do it lengthwise, right?
Bree did the Concorde. You did like a little prop, like.
Yeah, mine was the Osprey.
You did the puddle jumper.
No, it was the Osprey, the little chubby airplane with the. Yeah, and I mean, what is that Senator Moylan said? He said, "Oh, wait, Daphne Shimizu, she's just following instructions. She is. I mean, it's not her job. They say, hey, this is what we're gonna do, and she's doing it, and so she is. I mean, she's already. And I commend you. And we'll get her on right now.
And look, and my oh my, look who's in the Zoom room.
Yeah, because she started working on how they were gonna do this process. I mean, literally as soon as that executive order came out, I remember she came on. She was like, "We're gonna start looking at." All the pathways that we need to, and they came out with their eligibility requirements. So she's been doing the things incrementally that she can do while we wait for this funding availability. And so, Daphne, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning. morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Jason. Good morning, Guam. And,
Hi, Doc.
I want to thank you for getting me on. Of course, the All Rise Act is, there was a lot of questions about it. And of course, there's a lot of questions about the ARP Act funding. And my understanding, and I know Senator Moylan just talked a little bit about it earlier. My understanding, and of course, I've been in communication with the governor, is that of course we are waiting on some level of guidance. And I am not, the technical expert on that, but of course, from our perspective, Rev and Tax's perspective, of course, we always defer to the Department of Administration and BBMR. I know that they have been working, with governor on a ARP spending plan and have been waiting on guidance. And so as well, on my side, DRT, that's something as well that my agency and I know other agencies are waiting on. But with regards to the All Rise Act, I did have a meeting with our mayors yesterday. And I want to thank, of course, Executive Director Angel Sablan and President of the Mayor's Council, Mayor Alec from PD, because, they invited me to their meeting yesterday. It was very well attended by almost all of the mayor's offices. And, we were able to talk about the issue of mayor's verification. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that today because I know our mayors have been, of course, there have been seeing a huge increase in the number of people that are asking for mayor's verifications. And of course, we did issue guidance back on July 2, just kind of basic eligibility for the RISE Act, because I know there was a lot of questions about it. And, when we did issue that guidance, we indicated that a mayor's verification would be required. And at that point, of course, we had a lot of people go to our mayors. I know there was lines at our mayor's offices. Mayor Melissa Savares had mentioned that I think on day one, they had about 700 people come in for a mayor's verification. And so, we recognized that there was about a lot of challenges. And we actually got reached out to by Executive Director Sablan. And also I know Mayor Savares had reached out to our Deputy Director as well here regarding the issue of the mayor's verification. So what we did was we looked at the RISE Act rules and regs. And if you look at the public law, there were actual rules and regs that were adopted automatically within 30 days after the public law became law. And so what we did was we looked at the list of documents that were required, and one of them actually is, and it does say must be provided, and it says mayor's verification. And what we did, because of course, it didn't appear that the language or that the director herself, that the director, or me in my role as director, could make an adjustment to what was required. What we did was we looked at how we might be able to expand on what's allowed for verification, because we don't want people, in this past year, as Bree and Chris, a lot of people have already gotten mayor's verification for other reasons, right? It could be for a public health program like the program in Salepi. It could have been for a Zuri Mengafa. It could have been for even a driver's license. And so, what we did, again, trying to work within the law and within the language of the law, what we did was we expanded what we are accepting in terms of, it's not the usual, what we usually require is a mayor's verification within 30 days that's addressed to Rev and Tax. Now what we're doing is we've said, okay, if you have a mayor's verification, as long as it is from calendar 2020 to the present, because of course we're verifying that you are a resident for 2020, we're going to accept that. Also, we're accepting copies, and so it does not have to be the certified, sealed one that comes from your mayor. We're going to accept copies because, of course, we're going to be accepting electronic submissions of those. And it doesn't have to be addressed to Rev and Tax. It could be addressed to public health. It could be addressed to land management. And so we've expanded it so that, the hope is that not as many people, that people who already received one will not have to go back to their mayor's office. Also, for example, say, I am part of a verification, maybe that someone else in my household has gotten. I can use that as long as, if I'm the applicant, I can use that verification, even though, again, it wasn't specifically addressed for me, but I am on the verification. And again, those are how we've expanded it. We're hoping that is helpful. I know, actually, that was the first meeting that I had with our mayors, and I'll tell you, you know what? Every mayor, I think almost every mayor's office from Mauricio to Jico was there, and it was really great to meet with them. I did mention to Mayor Alec, even though it's the first time that I've had that kind of a meeting with them, and they've allowed me to be there, I'm hopeful that that is not going to be the last time that we have that kind of opportunity to share, because the mayors have been really helpful to us. They've had their, and I'm going to, for the non-filer forms and for Zuri Mengafa, they had forms there. They've been helping, of course, our members of the community with trying to fill those forms out, trying to get those to us here at Rev and Tax. But there were two particular questions that were asked, and I think these are questions that were posed to the mayors by the community. One, if the mayor's offices can serve as an official filing place for the RISE Act. And that's something, and again, because of course this is a first in, first out, and we have to make sure that we preserve the credibility of the process, right? That's something that I advise the mayors know that's not possible. The other thing that was asked, of course, again, this was asked by, I believe, the community to the mayors is, can you just email my mayor's verification to Rev and Tax? And of course, the mayors, when they do a such thing, I guess the idea was that they would mass email us, 100 or however many verifications. And that's also not, something that we advise is not going to be possible. And I wanted to share the reason is because when people submit their application, the application is actually it's not considered complete until all of the documents are submitted. And if we have to go through, the 19 mayor's office submissions to try to find, Bree Mantinani or, Chris Barnett, that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
And so it just kind of delays the process
Yeah.
and it delays our ability to be able to pay. So,
Right.
Those were the two questions that were posed. I did mention, again, as much as we do want to work with our mayors, there are certain things that we have to, of course, make sure that we stick and stay strict with.
Mm-hmm.
Our team is working, though, to identify how we're going to be accepting the applications because we recognize there's a big demand. We're going to be meeting this morning to hopefully try to finalize some of the kind of the mechanisms for submission. Where obviously we will be accepting submissions online, submissions by mail, by Dropbox, and of course by walk-in. We're of course discussing the opportunity for us to kind of expand our walk-in services so that way it becomes easier for people to file, and those again are things that we're working on. I did advise, of course, the community the other day and the mayor's offices that we were trying to get the application out by the end of this month, so within a couple of weeks, both the online application and also the paper-based form. And and also again, we're working to find outlets, our mayor's offices, and perhaps other outlets where people will be able to access the form. So in the event they cannot get online. And again, these are all things that we're really working on and want to try to finalize today as much as possible, or this week as much as possible, because I know the ARP guidance is coming out, and hopefully once that comes out, then that will be the trigger for us to be able to again move forward with this right away.
Can we just go back to, because people in the comments for a while now have been talking about, oh, the governor doesn't want to pay this because why do we have to fill out an application? But what are in the actual RISE Act law, what do the rules and regs say about the process? The law, it requires an application, right?
Yes, the law requires an application. And also, I know this actually kind of is similar to what happened with the Duty and Guffa, where there was also an application form. Yeah. There's an application, and included in the application form, and this will stay true as well with this program. When we did a Duty and Guffa, there was two parts of it, right? There is, of course, the portion of the form that's going to require people to enter their name, social security number, their address, but also to answer the eligibility questions, right? And so the questions are, am I a resident of Guam? I make, 40,000 or less if I'm a single filer, 80,000 or less if I'm a joint filer, or if I'm not a filer and I'm a Social Security recipient, I am a Social Security recipient. Because again, of course, those are going to be the mechanisms for us to then go, utilize to begin the process of reviewing their information. And that's one piece of it. The next piece of it is going to be, of course, the Form 8821, which is the authorization for us to use their tax return information to process. And, I know I've mentioned this before, and I know, to be perfectly honest, I mean, for us, if it was automatic and we could utilize your tax information without having to go through a process, as we saw with EIP 1, 2, and 3, it actually would be easier for Rev and Tax. The issue here, though, is that what we're dealing with is a local law. And of course, the legislature locally, how it works is our tax administration is, of course, governed by the Organic Act, which states that we follow or mirror Title 26 of the U.S. Code, which is the Internal Revenue Code. The Internal Revenue Code is, of course, that's something that gets adjusted puts until it gets authorized, of course, by Congress and the president. That's not something that the local law can adjust. And so because, again, EIP, you can actually find the EIP 1, 2, and 3, or the rebate recovery credits, those stimulus payments, you can find it in the Internal Revenue Code. Of course, the local law cannot change the Internal Revenue Code. And that is why, we go through a different process. And again, it's to make sure that we protect our people because, of course, there's only certain authorized reasons we can access your information. Even myself as the director, I don't have the right to go into anybody's tax return information. Our job is to make sure we protect that. And I only have the ability to do so if I'm authorized specifically or if there is actual, a specific business purpose for that. And so again, it's to, protect our taxpayers, to make sure that we're only accessing, because it's authorized. And also again, it is required and it is in the law.
Right, Daph. When you talk about it's a first come, first serve, first in, first out, and we know that through the executive order, that the governor added the retirees, the GovCom employees, and the federal workers. Do you have any idea how much like that specific group that the governor has added, what the price tag on that would be? Because it's kind of looking like we're all going to be fighting over this $30 million, which clearly might not be enough to pay everybody that the governor wants to pay in the All Rise Act.
Right. I mean, in terms of the funding, as I understand it, the cap is at 30 million, and I know it's first in, first out. And again, that's why, what we're doing here is just trying to make sure that we have processes in place to, again, preserve the first in, first out and make sure that we're doing and operating things fairly. Of course, again, I believe that Governor Leon Guerrero has advised that, again, this is, similar to other grant programs where there is cap on it. And so, of course, the 30 million is the cap. And again, that's what I understand. And so in terms of how many, what we did see, and I just kind of to go back to Etudia Mingaffa, in Etudia Mingaffa, we actually paid out, I think, less than $700,000, like just slightly over about 680,000, although it was what was authorized was, I believe, 3 or 4 million. And so, although again, perhaps, and I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but although perhaps again, so it's difficult to say if 30 million will be sufficient to cover everybody who applies or not. But what I do know is for ourselves here, we do, what we do understand is that there are a lot of people who want to apply, and our job is to make sure that we do things properly. And if it's first in, first out, we want to make sure that if you come in, and you file on a particular day, as long as your form is complete and it meets within, of course, this cap, that we want to make sure that we protect the the credibility of the process, and we make sure that we process you again within properly. And so again, that's how we're working to set this up. Of course, knowing that there is this $30 million cap, and knowing there's a lot of people who are calling, and of course already.
I know we keep talking about this $30 million cap, right, in the original RISE program. But in the original RISE program, the law had also capped it to just GovGuam not GovGuam employees, just the private sector. So has there been any discussions then with Adelup that getting another executive order and extending the 30 million? Because, you could apply the same logic here that, well, if we're going outside of the law to expand it, then we could expand the money.
Right. And so, of course, with regards to the actual, and I know with regards to the actual budgeting or the allocation of the total funding for ARP, that's something, again, that, I know DOA BBMR has been working with Governor on. What I do know, though, is that, again, the 30 million was what was allocated, and that's what we're working on and working with at this point. And I do understand, of course, and we do know that the executive order back in May did expand this program so that way it not only allowed for help private sector employees to be able to qualify, but also government employees and government retirees, both local and federal. And, I know there's a concern about that. But again, with regards to the funding, that's something that, in the terms of the budget, I'm not sure of. And I know, of course, even Senator Moylan did bring up the issue of the draft budget, which I know is being discussed with Governor Leon Guerrero and BBMR. But that's something, again, that even for Reno Urban Tax ourselves, again, we're waiting on as well. So, but we do understand the concerns, Sabrina. But my understanding is that, again, it's been $30 million that's been allocated for this particular program. And what we're working to try to do is, again, make sure that, that we process properly, that we make sure that it's done fairly, and that, of course, as people submit and their applications are complete, that we pay them, based on that. And again, we want to make sure that we do everything, right the best we can.
I wanted to, are you good with the RISE Act?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I mean, yeah. I wanted to ask about, so we're anticipating going into PCOR 4 next week, DAF, and was getting a lot of messages, comments, WhatsApps. Will Revenue Tax be going to full open operations when we hit PCOR 4?
Well, that's something, again, we're still kind of waiting on the final PCOR 4 call and how that will work. Of course, we've been doing our best to kind of man our lines here and make sure things are in order. I think, though, even if we do move into PCOR 4, I think we still may maintain some level of I don't know if you want to call it like what we do, maybe like some level of triaging that we do out here, because what we recognize is that it's actually been very helpful to our operations, right? We do have, and again, so it's going to be difficult to say, but I think we still may maintain some level of that here, even if we open up fully. And in fact, we in the way that we're operating, although we do have a line outside the building, we haven't been necessarily limiting the people in our building. People have been coming in, and we've been doing our best to serve as many people within our building as we can. So, again, with regards to PCOR 4, we're waiting on that. We're waiting on final guidance for how the agencies will be, administering or operating. But, even if we do move, I expect that we will still, at least for a period of time, maintain some level of, again, I'm calling it triaging, but for lack of a better term, I can't pull a term out of my head right now.
Tax refund triaging.
Came from insurance, so I tend to talk some medical terms at times.
So yeah, we had a comment here. Is DRT ready to handle the rush of applicants when the application is available, or the actual online and hard copies turned in? This is for All Rise. How would this be fair?
All Rise, we're getting ready for it. I'm telling you, even when we did Feb 12, one thing that our team is great at, I'll tell you, when we did Feb 12, we had our drive-through drop-off services, and even prior to the pandemic, where we would go out. I don't know if you recall us being at the mall location and also at the Gannett Shopping Center on the tax days. So what our team has been really great at is in putting together operational plans to address issues of large demand in our building. We have so many different services. We just have to be ready to do stuff like that. I do anticipate there is going to, be things that we may not, foresee. But, the great thing about our team is we've always been flexible. We do our best. We try something, it doesn't necessarily work. We try to adjust and so that way we can accommodate better, or serve better. And we'll continue to do that. But yeah, we're preparing for that. We're talking about our final operational plan. I'm excited about being able to announce that soon. We're working on discussing that this morning. And, again, I promise you our goal is always to serve the best we can, and I'm very proud of how we have served this year. I'm very happy, though, that we don't have those lines going up past Vinny's into the SNU anymore in terms of the car line. But we've always done our best. And if it meant that, me and our deputy director are out in the parking lot at 5, 6 in the morning with our team, if it meant that our team was coming in at 5 or 6 in the morning, then that's something we do. And I want to thank my team because, I know that when we do open up the All Rise applications, that we're going to end up coming pretty early and staying pretty late to make sure that they get processed and that we accept them. But I want to thank the community for being patient. As of course we've been waiting on the guidance, and again, as we've been working internally to try to get these done and to try to make sure that we're that we're getting out the eligibility information as quickly as we can. I did want to share, though, you know what, our mayors did share yesterday, if you don't mind me sharing a message from them. You know, one of our mayors, Mayor Louise Rivera from Tumaning, she did share, you know, of course, she's had some people who are coming in to get a mayor's verification who may not even have been residents of Guam in 2020. So, you know, some of the basic, or who may even not even meet the eligibility threshold because their AGI is too high. So if your AGI is over $40,000 and you are, you know, a single filer, you will not qualify. If your AGI is over $80,000 and you are a joint filer, you will not qualify. And if you were not a resident of Guam in 2020, you will also not qualify. So if you fall in those categories, you know, of course, then there's no need to get a mayor's verification because you will not be eligible.
Daph, I'm sorry.
And again, that was,
Sorry, Daph, with the comment because I wasn't sure. Did you say that your utility bill can be used as a verification in lieu of a mayor's?
no, and so that's something, again, we were looking at alternative documents, and I know it's like frustrating, and I can see you, Bree, I can see you behind your mask, like, oh my gosh, Daphne, what? We did look at those rules and regs. We really did. I'll tell you, we looked at the rules and regs, and we looked at the language, and if you look at it, and it's on page 8, like starts at section 5, I think it's line 18 of the appendix. It actually states the following documents must, and then it lists documents. And then the very last one, which I think is G, allows me to increase or request for additional, but the language doesn't appear to allow me to adjust what's already required. And so, you know, that's why we work to expand it. So we're not accepting that. Again, I don't know if that's something our mayors require for the verification itself, but we're not accepting that. But again, what we have done is work to expand on the verification. So, you know, where again, we normally require it to be within 30 days, that's something that we're not requiring. Where we normally require it to be addressed to Revenue Tax and to provide the original copy, we're not requiring that. If it's, you know, addressed to public health and management, another agency for another program, as long as it is from 2020 going forward, then we're going to accept it. It can be an electronic copy. We're going to be talking about soon how those will be submitted to us. But no, Chris, unfortunately not.
Okay. Tax refunds?
Okay, tax refunds. Of course, last week, I believe we processed through April 6th, and we're excited about that. On a weekly basis, we've been working with the Department of Administration to process, and so I expect we'll have another, run this week. And we don't have the announcement on that yet, but April 6th. And so for those April 6 filers, those had gone out last week. And if you mind me sharing that, we just did direct deposits for the first time in January on some 2019 returns. And what I've seen when I've been looking at our registers is that probably 10 to 12% of our payments have been by direct deposit. But for our July 1 check run, we actually had 18% of our people, getting paid by direct deposit. And so we're seeing more and more people trust in it. And of course, you know what, with regards to direct deposit, I mean, I'd like to say it has to be faster than getting it by check, because, of course, at the same time that the Department of Administration or the Treasurer is initiating those direct deposits, likely it's around the same time that the checks are being, signed and then, stamped and mailed out. And so, I really highly recommend for people to do it. If you haven't filed yet, and you can file when you file your 2020, and you have a refund due, go ahead and utilize the direct deposit option, because again, that is something that we've been working on, and we've seen people use it, and we know it works. I've seen it work. People have told me I got my refund right away. And if you don't mind, if I can talk a little bit about the advanced child tax credit, because it's now being paid out in the continental United States by the IRS. And we have been working with the IRS and the Treasury for several months. I know our Deputy Tax Commissioner was actually at the Special Economic Service meeting on Monday and had mentioned for several months now we've been communicating with the IRS on this particular matter. Unfortunately, we do not have yet the final guidance or the final implementation plan for the advanced child tax credit for Guam. We do expect it to be a lot of money for Guam. And, of course, we're excited about getting those funds because, historically, we've paid out about $30 million a year in the regular child tax credit, which means that for Guam, our government at least on an annual basis, at a minimum, we'll get, $30 million going forward that is going to be funded that normally is not funded. We expect it to be significantly higher than the $30 million because of the adjustment to the rules regarding the child tax credit. And again, that's exciting and we're expecting that, but we do not yet have the final implementation plan. And again, that's another program that we're gearing up to work to implement as soon as possible. So as soon as we get the implementation plan. And that's another question that I know a lot of people have, Bree, and again, we don't have the final guidance or the final implementation plan for it. But I've got to go. I apologize. I have an 8 o'clock meeting. Again, I want to thank you, Bree. It's so nice to see you. The last couple of times I've been on, I know I haven't been always able to see you.
Yeah.
So it's always great to see you. And you honestly look really great, by the way.
Oh, you look great.
Oh, thanks.
Fabulous.
Jason and I, thank you.
But yeah, I miss you too.
Right on. You're looking good too, Jay.
It's always fun to be with you guys. I know a lot of times, some of the questions are a little bit hard, and I appreciate, you bringing them up. And I'll do my best always to answer the questions the best that I can. Again, based on what I understand and know. And so, I always appreciate you guys. But thanks again. And I apologize. I do have an 8 o'clock call. But thank you again for getting me on. And again, thank you to our mayors for all of their help. And, of course, I wanted to say thank you to the community for all of their patience. We're going to get these RISE Act applications out within the next couple of weeks. We're going to be working to get the payments out to you soon thereafter. And that's what we promised to you. So thanks again and have a great day.
Thank you, Daphne.
Thank you.
Right on.
Bye, Daph.
We'll see you. There you go. Daphne Shimizu, Reventax Director, tasked with the All Rise.
You get more information, quality information from Daphne on a per second basis.
Yeah.
I think than anybody else.
It's tough. It's tough
in
to get in.
the world.
It's tough to get in when she's on a roll. I'm over here like, Dav, wait, Dav, okay. But she's trying to get that info out, and
Yep.
I feel for her. I feel for her because they gave her this All Rise, and now she's got to put it out, and you can hear that she's really working to try and make the process that she's inherited run as smoothly as possible.
And like she said, she goes, once they get the green light, she goes, we know and we realize we're going to have to come in early and stay late. But, she goes, that's our mission and we accept it.
Yep. A lot of comments here about this. Why they need us to get a mayor's verification when we're all filing taxes. It's all in their system. I think Daphne kind of addressed that. What else we have here? I'm sure that Reventax has an idea how many and how much residents fall under the RISE Act eligibility. That's in their system. That's how stimulus checks were issued. So Reventax knows. Thanks, by the way, to our Facebook Live viewers here. Jimenez Jessa writes in, when are we going to file the RISE Act and how? Daphne had said right here just minutes ago that the application probably going to be available within the next couple weeks by the end of the month. It's 8 o'clock. Again, miss a link, miss a lot, so don't miss it. And let's get over to KUAM TV. On this Thursday morning, it's the 15th of July. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. All right, 8:01. Good morning, KUAM TV. Welcome to The Link. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody. Unprocessed oats are a great source of fiber.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. So if you guys, if Jason exits the room anytime,
no,
you know why.
It's
got to take your fiber, guys.
It's a quality breakfast, yeah.
No, I'm saying, yeah, I agree, Jay. I take my fiber too. You got to get your fiber, whether it's prunes. Good morning, by the way. This is what we call in here a Jason Solis tangent.
Many people are sitting down to breakfast
I was
right
just
now,
trying
waking
to say
up with
good
us.
morning to our people, and here you come with like, oh, eat oats. It helps you poo.
No.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Go on, Jay.
There should be a segment called OMG, did the link just say that?
Yeah.
That's the whole hashtag.
OMG, did Jason just say that?
That's the
Hey,
whole
we're
4
a team.
hours.
We're a team. One of us goes down, we all go down.
You're right. You're right.
So true.
No, but seriously, especially when you get up there, you got to take your fiber, okay? Because you need that roughage.
Yeah.
Whether it's prunes, I like doing the prunes.
And if you're
The
like
dry
Joe
ones?
Sir, and if you're like Joe Sir and you don't eat vegetables, like the four of us, we actually
Yeah.
I treated for lunch yesterday.
Then get some Metamucil in you, Joe, or something.
Yeah. We had an amazing lunch of Korean barbecue. We had Kalbi beef yesterday, the four of us.
Thank you, Jay.
Oh, you're welcome. And perfect lunch for Joe Sir, 'cause meat and rice.
Right. And there's no vegetables unless you're doing the kimchi.
That was good yesterday, though.
8:03. Good morning. This is the link. Thursday, July 15th, 2021. We just got offline with Daphne Shimizu, Director of Rev and Tax, all about the All Rise. We are your official going to get you that Rise Act station. We've been on this thing, pushing it, and only because when we go out there, it's like constant bombardment of questions about when the Rise Act is going to be paid. And so we really would I feel for you guys. Really feel for you guys.
You said you're personally, like, you're getting a lot of people just like walking
dude,
up to you.
I'm like, really?
Yeah.
And a lot of them are on the PUA, right? And the PUA is running out in September. And, you know, to me, the sad thing is like, this law was passed in December, and it should have been paid out after it was passed. And so just the idea that we have elected leaders on this island who don't give a rat's ass about you, and they're going to make you sit for 7 months to wait for this money that you should have got in January. I hate it. It bothers me very much. So yeah, anyway, that being said, Daphne's committed to pay it by the end of the month. It's 8:04. Coming up on the show, the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio. Yep, a lot to talk about with the Chief of Police. And then we're getting Robert Celestial of PARS, which stands for, it's not as cool as it sounds, PARS, right? You think, oh, PARS, but it stands for Pacific Area Radiation Survivors. And there was some news about the RECA, which was the
Radiation Exposure Compensation Act.
Thank you. And he's going to be coming on about that. This is a long time coming. I said, hey, if you have any pictures, send me a pic. And he sent me a pic from 2018. And so this RECA has been in play since then. And so we'll talk with Robert about that. Coming up.
What did you say PARS was?
Pacific, God, I hope I'm right. I think it stands for Pacific Area Radiation Survivors.
I was going to say, it didn't sound right. A Pacific Association.
Oh. Okay. Well, it's still PARS, though, right?
Yeah, it's PARS.
Okay, so it's PARS, but it stands for Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors.
I got something for you guys.
Okay, Jay. Hold on, Bree. Jay has something for us. Wait, is it about fiber?
Somewhat. Well,
Okay.
more particularly, one of our longtime viewers, Mama Bear, Debbie Davis from
Right
Bardstown,
on.
Kentucky, says, guys, here is what she made virtually for us and the entire Link family right there. You have homemade meatloaf and potatoes. So that's a hard. And then to finish it off, guys, homemade blueberry pie with vanilla ice cream.
Wow.
I think I'm going for dessert first. Check that out, Chris.
You always go for dessert first.
Wow.
That's homemade blueberry pie. Ooh.
I wish you could ship that to us.
Blueberries are good for you too, everybody. Antioxidants.
Are they fiber?
I mean, I guess, yeah, they're fruit.
It's 8:06. Let's go ahead and get into the news, and we'll catch up on this whole discussion we had with Daphne a little bit later in the show. It's Thursday, July 15th, brought to you by Pacific Points. It is now time for your 8 o'clock news update with Sabrina Salas-Manzanani from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. It's still not clear whether Guam will be host to thousands of Afghans who helped U.S. troops during the decades-old war in Afghanistan. The Biden administration announced today Operation Allies Refuge to evacuate the Afghans and their families who supported America. Flights out of Afghanistan are scheduled to begin in the last week of July for those who are already in the process of obtaining special immigrant visas or SIVs. Due to operational security, where they will be sent is not being disclosed at this time. An estimated 18,000 applicants are already awaiting visas, with an estimated 53,000 family members seeking to accompany them. An administrative investigation has been launched at the Guam Police Department after 3 employees, including a sworn police officer, were booked and released for driving while impaired. According to a media release on June 24th, GPD Chief Stephen Ignacio was made aware of an incident involving 26-year-old Rochelle Bachman, 30-year-old Rhea Sanchez, and 20-year-old Karina Polino. Through the course of the investigation, it was learned that all three had consumed alcohol throughout the night and were in control of a vehicle. The case has been forwarded to the Attorney General's office for possible prosecution. Starting August 1st, pandemic unemployment claimants will have to file proof that they're looking for a job. Labor Director David Delasola says claimants must perform 3 work searches a week to remain eligible for PUA and FPUC benefits. He says it's also a good way to prepare them for when the unemployment assistance ends on September 4th. GDOL will release a video soon outlining the process. There are multiple ways to make work search contacts, including registering on the HireGuam.com website or visiting the American Job Center in Anigua. Several groups are exempt. These include employees working reduced hours, those in an approved job training program, and the self-employed working to re-establish their businesses. With more news, here's Tyler Matinani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos den Hafaday, everyone. I'm Tyler Matinani with your headlines here on The Link. The economy is doing better than expected, but it's still not doing well. That was the assessment of Bank of Guam Chief Economist Joe Bradley in remarks Wednesday before a local business group.
No surprise, says Bradley, because the pandemic has hit every economy pretty hard. Interviewed after his speech at the Rotary Club, he said perhaps the biggest challenge now and going forward, inflation, the rising prices of just about everything.
There are a couple of reasons for that. One is the supply chain disruptions that are raising manufacturing costs, the costs of goods in particular, but also services. And in Guam's particular case, we've got fuel prices are just going through the roof. Sit precariously on a two-legged stool of tourism and military spending. Both industries are unstable.
He says Guamanians are heavily dependent on fuel for everything from electricity and to gas our cars. He adds that 40% of the economy relies on tourism, which has been virtually non-existent and is only now poised for a long, slow recovery. We have managed to weather the COVID storm, but by the grace of federal pandemic assistance.
Well, I think that kept our economy afloat, in fact, in reasonably good condition. If I remember the numbers correctly, our economy has been rising to about $5.6 billion annually. So $3.5 billion kind of fills in that great big gap.
So what happens if and when the mana from Washington runs out?
Let me see. The last thing on my notes here said, I don't know. I think that actually that Congress is going to be more selective in their targeting of stimulus. But I think because we're so heavily dependent upon tourism, that we may be in the group that gets a continuation of some of the programs we've been experiencing.
Knock on wood, says Bradley. Knock on wood.
A Superior Court grand jury has returned a true bill against Nicholas Wayne Moore. He was officially indicted for a drive-by shooting that occurred last year on October 15th in Agana Heights. According to the indictment, he was officially charged with aggravated assault, terrorizing, and possession of an unregistered firearm. According to the magistrate's complaint, Moore was driving his black Ford F-150 with another passenger. Moore allegedly shot at an individual identified as BM at the Agana Heights basketball court on October 15th. BM, however, told detectives that he believed the intended target was an individual identified as CAG because he stole money from Moore. Detectives were clued in on Moore's alleged involvement in the drive-by shooting while they were conducting another investigation into the suspected murder of Michael Castro, who had been missing. Moore was arrested in the state of Florida last month for the drive-by shooting and the murder of Michael Castro. An indictment, however, has not yet been returned for the murder case. Moore is scheduled to be arraigned on August 13th. In efforts to keep our island clean, the abandoned vehicle project has resumed and it's been flowing smoothly. The project is part of the island-wide environmental cleanup program by the Mayor's Council of Guam. It's funded through the Recycling Revolving Fund. Junk vehicles, tires, batteries, waste oil, and white goods are some of the items collected. Deputy Director Michelle Lastimosa of Guam Environmental Protection Agency said 309 invoices have been processed for the month of June, totaling a little over $470,000.
In this time frame, that's equates to 5,468 tires, 844 abandoned vehicles, 933 white goods, and 247.52 cubic yards of loose metals.
Sinahanya Mayor Robert Hoffman, who is also the vice president of the MCOG, said the program has been doing great.
The contractors are happy, they're being paid on time. EPA process is very smooth, and it's just, we want to kind of take it to the next level. So we look forward to engaging the administration, as well as work on the other little critical areas, and then get together with UOG and the sustainability of what else we can do, because we don't want to have to do this every year. And I think if we find a place where we can actually divert some of the things and work on it, and then the last thing.
Contact your village mayor's office if you would like to get rid of any white goods you may have. An update on the program is expected 2 weeks from now. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Over at the Guam Congress building today, budget oversight hearings continue. Up first today is Guam Customs and Quarantine, followed by the Guam Department of Education this afternoon. GDOE originally requested a budget of $373 million for FY 2022. Superintendent John Fernandez says they reworked the numbers and instead will present a budget of $291 million. The budget was reworked as a portion of ARPA funds that GDOE received will offset some of their projects and programs for next fiscal year. GDOE will appear before senators at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The FDA is warning that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been linked to a rare autoimmune disease. The vaccine was linked to Guillain-Barré syndrome in about 100 people out of nearly 13 million people who received the shot. Public health experts say the benefits of the vaccine still far outweigh the risks. Natalie Brand reports.
The spread of the fast-moving Delta variant across the U.S. is putting increased pressure on Americans who have yet to get vaccinated.
Any variant that emerges concerns us because of possibility that it's more transmissible. It may change the severity of illness.
The CDC is monitoring a surge in COVID cases in states across the South and West, especially in under-vaccinated areas.
A lot of the behavior that I think is driving spread of infection is people wanting it to be over and acting as if it's over, and really abandoning even the more modest precautions like mask wearing that would help.
Orange County, Florida has joined the list of places now recommending that people go back to wearing masks indoors, even if fully vaccinated. The CDC says the current vaccines stand up to the Delta variant. The agency's advisory committee has scheduled a meeting for next week to discuss vaccine safety. On Monday, the FDA added a new warning to Johnson & Johnson's single-dose vaccine, saying the shot may be linked to a very rare neurological disorder known as Guillain-Barré syndrome.
People with viral and bacterial infections can get an autoimmune reaction against the nerves in their body, and it happens occasionally with vaccines.
Doctors say the benefits of the J&J shot still outweigh potential risk. But as discussion turns to the potential for booster shots, U.S. health officials say more data is needed.
There's ongoing work with FDA to determine if and when and for whom booster doses would be indicated.
Pfizer met with Biden administration health officials this week to talk about preliminary booster data, and the National Institutes of Health has launched a clinical trial of its own. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Washington.
Here at home, Guam records 4 new positive cases of COVID from 597 tests conducted on the 13th. 2 cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,471 officially reported cases of the coronavirus on Guam, with 142 deaths. There have been 117 cases that are in isolation and a little over 8,200 recoveries. A total of 5 people are hospitalized. The CAR score has dipped down to about 1.1. As for vaccinations, a total of 92,723, or 77.2% of adults have been fully immunized in the territory. And with your news in tomorrow, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos Aires to get sunto gifinut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Makonfirma ni Joint Information Center gipangin Martes, imina 42 na finaytay gin ni COVID-19. Itataw ni 65 anos na edad lahi sa Matay Guam Memorial na Hospital, Guhina Ogan. Masoda na timabakuna itataw gwa otro siya sinod niya sa mates positibo para COVID adwa na diyan Martes. Otro artikulo, matutunan administrative na investigasyon gi Departamentong Polisiya, dispersed stress na empleyado kung todo yung official polisiya sa manmabuk pas manmasota sa pagmamanino kung mentas mamulotso. Según release gin ni media, gidia 24 gi Hunyo, ihafe ni GPD si Steven Ignacio, manatungo pod este na sinisedi, ninadbaga si Rachel Buckman, 26 anos na edad, si Ria Sanchez, 30 anos na edad, dan si Corina Polino, 28 anos na edad. Durante ng investigasyon, masoda na todi tre sa manggimin at kohod ginapoingi. Lumamanen niya ikaretan niya. Mananogyo opisina ni Narada Bagaw no ikausa za posible na sinya ma-prosecute. Otro mas asunto, i-grand jury ni Superior Court sa ma-indict sa Nicholas Wayne Moore para di drive-by shooting gidiakin sige Oktubre gimapos na sakan gisa Aganya Heights. Masakin ni manatakan empetu, manispanta, sa mangangat kapaki sa Malahestra. Masketso pro ma-ring gidiatras sige Agusto. Sigun ni complain ni magistrates, asusugun si Moore kalot atilong na Ford F-150 sa otro na pasahero. Masondi na apaki un tauto ni ma-identifika na si BM gi basketball court gi Aganya Heights. Lo si BM asangani detective siya na sanonggi na ZIA emog pumaki sa otro na tauto ni ma-identifika na si CAG sa Pudasaki sa lapenya si Moore. Matungo ni detective siya na membatya si Moore gwinin na sinisedi. Ano may bestiti kay finaytay Michael Crutchtrue. Notisi niya masoda gwihin na tempo. Masuspepet siya si Moore gwihi lokwi na kausa. Sa maaresta giza Florida gimapos na mes. Tawad sa trabia indictment para adzo na kausa. Mas ginin ni Kotti, maapreba ni Kotti adzi motion ni para masepare kausanya si John Hobart Lawrence, ginempleado ni United States Department of Agriculture, para dibdanya niya ati siya i-bid para Universidad Guahan no sa lapi i-federal. Si Hobart dyan niya ganya, Janica Lawrence, dyan nun ritiraw na profesor gi UOG si Thomas Marler sa mamainday gitutuhon pa wire fraud and money laundering na inataki. Sigon na zanood din gudin na kausa, Estados Unidos umagumento na debido masipara este na kausa sa intensyon niya sa para ma-introduce statemento ni Lawrence, gay hendon ni federal no direktamento ay incriminate si Marler dyan si Janica. Mataki si Hobart niya di conspiracy to restrain trade and conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Ito na trial si John Lawrence para umasagon mo na ni maschedule ni para dia 17 Agosto gimenan hefe na West Francis Taidenko Gatewood. Ito na trial si Thomas Marler at si Janica Lawrence sa atatizi trial na si John gimenan West John Coffenor. Utumugin ni KUM News para pago na Webis. Siya manalong flete ginin Taiwan the maski dos meet manananga na bisita este primet semana na Agosto. Ipresente ni Guam Visitors Bureau si Carl Gutierrez sa sangan na Marikeste na tinituhon para si Air V&V na binakuna na programa tourism sa lahat na tourist ginotrusiya na lugar humatatize zunay nanaw. Por ejemplo, maninteresaw i Air Asia Philippines. Ilang mas na i Philippines Airlines mangugupo para San Magana lugar gini Filipinas. Disti Clark sa Cebu, Iloilo sa Taguig na International Airport. Ilang sa Gutierrez na katadzi US Embassy sa Manila para uspiya ay konsiderasyon niya na ma-preba visa para di siya Tagalo ni mamalago mabisita magigwahan. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Kin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort. KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofon in Ilahan for Haan and Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haan and Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Gancharfris, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
You wanted love, who you wanted was a pastime, second-hand session. The time I'm stretching. Somehow you succeeded, relapsing my addiction to depression. Alas, regression. City girls live in an alternate dimension. All these drafts are sketching, the laughs are dressing. Past still present, bring me back to the future. She cashed that, she had my guessing. Asked that question. I swear I knew her, but where do you go when the sun goes down? Nowhere to go when you're not around. She let the vibe ring all day long. But when it got dark, city girl was gone. Silly boy thought her wrong. Pretty girl was song. Really felt this one. City girl got her wrong. Silly boy thought her wrong. Pretty girl wants song. Really feel this one. City girl got her own. City girl. Do you know where to find yourself when you get lost? 'Cause girl, I'm lost, trying to make my way back. You convinced me that I had a chance with you. Boy, was I wrong? But I can't take back every line, every smile.
All right, welcome back to The Link, everybody. Just a little bit of a behind-the-scenes shot of the struggle that continues to be The Link. Chris is having a really hard time finding pens. Pens disappear around here a lot, man.
It's ironic because we're a communications company.
Yeah, pens on The Link are like cigarettes in prison.
I think they're just trying to like phase out pens, so we just type on the keyboard. I like pens.
Well,
I like writing.
Well, speaking of typing and tapping, regardless of which device you're on, if you are in the office, you can actually you can be the sole reason your department, your division, your entire team, depending on what scale and scope your company has or organization, it just doesn't have to be private sector. Our friends in the military can do this for your unit. Our friends at Uno Go are giving a special office lunch giveaway with their partnership network of restaurants each and every Friday. And tomorrow we will be picking the very first winner. Lunch for 15 from the first restaurant up. Our friends at Lone Star Steakhouse. They are going to trick you. Can you trick somebody out with food?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're going to treat you out. Thank you. Your team of 15 is going to have lunch fit for a king or queen or whatever kind of
Everybody in between, all the letters.
Thank you. Yeah, the Queen's Gambit, obviously. Okay, so you want to get through the week with a special office party from Uno Go, and all you got to do, all right, super simple to do, but there are 3 phases. You got to do all 3 of these, right? 1, register as a user. Uner? Why did I say it?
How do you turn a simple live read into an adventure?
Okay, register as a user on the Uno Go app, because Uno, the N. As on the Uno Go app or on Uno Go's website, uno-go.com. And if you're an existing user, you can enter as well. You're already in. Okay, 2, you want to follow Uno Go on Instagram or Facebook, but again, play it safe, just do both. And then 3, send a direct message, DM them, slide into Uno Go's DMs, and send them your name, contact email, phone number, the name of your organization, and your location. If you work for a church, if you're in the rectory, this would be a fantastic way to enjoy lunch with you and your fellow parishioners or members of your faith. We're drawing a winner every Friday. As I said, we're going to do that tomorrow on The Link. We are super stoked to send lunch to 15 worthy Guamanians who are going to be more than filled from our friends at Lone Star Steakhouse. And each and every Friday right here on The Link, we're going to send a very special lunch for 15 to one lucky organization. So make sure to get those in. Uno Go is setting you up. They're going to take care of all the delivery stuff. All you have to do, contribute to Guam, make the economy work. Let's get back to where we need to be. All you got to do is do whatever you do. Do your thing. Uno Go
All you
will
got to
bring
do
lunch
is
to you.
do whatever you do, and then do you.
And then eat.
You could be doing free lunch.
Yeah.
And you're going to be the MVP of your office.
Yeah, and you know what? You can even be like a little narcissistic. I mean, I would. You could say, you see that lunch that you all like. Why you're all sitting around? These rolls.
I have to
steak.
clock out the rest of the day.
And you know what? You can even walk up to your boss. Just tell them The Link told you to do that. Walk up to your immediate supervisor. You know what, sir? I did that.
You know what, sir? I did that, sir.
Yeah.
Take that.
Now, can you please sign my timesheet?
And then you're going to keep bringing it up for the rest of the year
There
to your
you go.
coworkers. Hey, remember that time I won that lunch at Uno Go? And
Yeah. You know what? If you have a quarterly performance assessment coming up, this is a fantastic way to, let's just say, butter up to the boss. But get it done. Yeah, Uno Go and Lone Star Steakhouse tomorrow is the maiden voyage of this weekly promotion, and they are going to set you guys up. So again, register as a user if you're not already on the Uno Go mobile app or their website. Follow them on Instagram or Facebook, and then send them a DM. Let them know who you are, how they can contact you, and what organization you work for and where you are. Good luck to each and every one of you.
Right, let's go ahead and do Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King, where Chicken Fries Friday is tomorrow. You order a chicken fries and you say, I love chicken fries. And they're going to give you another one just like that. Also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. It's this morning's Cover Me at 8:37. Good morning.
Malo ferha Sata janeni nai Sinanamu West Hofena Neni malagum Mampus tristitu Sati utungunai Ubastaha Bubai jaham ki corazon Jangin kun for mi ha Nata para Lota sinya utogwi Lobai hu konfor mi malo fero Sata janeni nai Sinanamu Hubay jaham ki corazon Jangan kun for niha Nata para Jata sinya hutowi Lobay hu kon for ni malo fero Sata janeni nai Sinanamu Hubay jaham ki corazon Hubay jaham ki corazon Hubay jaham ki corazon
Performance there.
Loving the backdrop too.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Where was that? It's either like Windward Hills, Pneumatic.
It looked like it was a little higher than maybe down by the sea. So yeah, I'd say Windward Hills maybe.
Good stuff. 8:39 right here on the link. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
There was a crazy decision and order that came down in the federal court. This was in the Gapasan case, and if you guys remember, this video of this guy getting busted at the Guam Main facility went viral.
Oh, yes.
Remember?
Mhm.
Well, that was during, was that last year?
2019.
2019, right? I remember driving by and getting the text of like, hey, there's something going on at GMF. And so they caught this guy at GMF, and his sentencing just happened the other day. But in that sentencing hearing, Chief Judge of the District Court, Francis Tedinko Gatewood, had come out with this decision and order, and boy, she let him have it. I mean, talking about federal authorities and just how haphazard and mansalapun well, basically their everything was, right, Bree?
Right. So there was a plea agreement that was it Richard Gappison had reached with the U.S. Attorney's Office. So he agreed to provide information, cooperate with federal law enforcement officials by giving information about the illegal drug trade here on island. And so he provided all this information. And for the most part, the information wasn't vetted, it wasn't looked into. And, as part of the plea agreement, it was, of course he wanted a reduced sentence, a lower sentence.
Right.
And so there were like 7-8 sentencing hearings that had occurred. And there was a motion, I think, for variance that was filed by the public defender representing Mr. Gappison. And typically, I believe that's filed by the prosecution, right, for their cooperation, but it didn't come from them. It came from the public defender. And so from there, that's where, Judge Gatewood got more information, I guess, as to the level of the cooperation,
Right.
trying to find out. And
So this guy cooperated and provided a lot of information that was talked about in the decision and order.
Right. If you want, we can go ahead and
Yeah.
play that now.
Okay, so yeah, this is a great story again from Sabrina. Tyler Metanani of the KUAM News team. Good morning.
It was in December 2019. Richard Gapison Jr. was busted after attempting to pick up a package at the Guam main facility in Barrigada. The package contained over 1,000 grams of meth with a street value of over $500,000. His arrest was caught on camera with the video making its rounds on social media. Gapison eventually signed a plea agreement to provide additional information on other cases in exchange for a lesser sentence. Tuesday's hearing marked the 8th attempt at his sentencing. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. After the hearing, however, Judge Gatewood issued a decision and order publicly criticizing the handling of his case by the U.S. Attorney's Office and federal law enforcement agencies involved in the investigation. According to the 15-page order, Gapison, as part of his plea deal, cooperated by providing names and detailed information of more than 12 individuals alleged to be involved in the local drug trade. The information included phone numbers, maps of their homes, license plate numbers, and information of his on-island and off-island suppliers. He also provided information relating to 3 potential public corruption activities on Guam, including details about criminal activities in which local government employees in 3 separate government entities may be committing. The chief judge noted in her order that federal law enforcement agencies weren't sharing information, communicating, and for the most part, Gapison's information went unvetted for its value. Gatewood went so far as singling out Assistant U.S. Attorney Stephen Leon Guerrero and DEA resident agent in charge Ken Bowman for their lack of courtroom decorum, candor, and leadership in handling this case. Quote, "First and foremost, both individuals displayed unprofessional conduct during several of the sentencing hearings. Rather than responding to the court's questions, they both appeared to be nonchalant, with both going so far as laughing for unknown reasons during their testimony and argument," unquote. Although Leon Guerrero was noted as the lead person who worked with the federal law enforcement agencies involved, the judge found that there was no one leading it. Quote, "This utter lack of prosecutorial leadership coming from the U.S. Attorney's Office to facilitate cooperation and coordination among all 4 federal agencies compromised an important drug investigation and potentially even prevented public corruption from being ferreted out," unquote. She also criticized Bowman for his conflicting testimony of how he had been kept apprised of the investigation. Judge Gatewood wrote, however, quote, "Unfortunately, Agent Bowman, like Prosecutor Leon Guerrero, failed in his duty to lead his agency, failed in his duty to investigate, failed in his duty to communicate, and lastly, failed in his duty to coordinate. The failure by both of these men has left our island community less safe," unquote. Judge Gatewood wrote that her decision is meant to send a strong message that there are certain expectations that both federal prosecutors and agents will deliver. There is an expectation of leadership, communication, coordination, and investigation. These expectations can only be accomplished by the assigned prosecutor and other investigative agents. As for this particular case, she found that not only was this unfair to Gapison, but to the people of Guam who also have potentially suffered and continue to suffer rampant drug mail and street crimes and public corruption in our local government agencies. Quote, "This court says enough is enough. This is truly an injustice," unquote. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can actually read this decision and order for yourself. I believe we posted it online with Tyler's story on KUAM.com. But there was something else.
There was, Bree, and this was relative to it was one thing in this decision and order, and I think for me what was one of the big takeaways was we talk about the disbanding of the Mandania Drug Task Force and what is the perception in the community that GPD is not doing enough or anything to bust the big drug dealers, the big time demands, if you will. And so a lot of people put faith and stock in the federal government because we feel like our local government is too compromised or corrupt or whatever to really go after these big time crystal meth importers. But then when you read this decision, you find out that the feds are not taking this seriously, not following up on information provided. It's frustrating. But not only are they not sharing information with each other, apparently there's an issue with them sharing information with local law enforcement, right?
Right. So there were issues with sharing information between the federal agencies. Some of them had said that it would one such reason was a need to maintain the integrity of ongoing investigations. Integrity could be lost if there was another unknown confidential and cooperating informant working a case with a different federal law enforcement agency. But then later on, it does talk about working with local and law enforcement. So it said that the agents testified that sharing of information with a local task force could and has, in fact, led to compromising leaks, which in turn have affected major criminal investigations.
That's huge. Huge. And yet again, it's another example of these revelations coming out of the federal court. They're talking about public corruption right now, not in, Governor Calvo's term or Governor Gutierrez's term, right now in this term. As Kapasan provided examples of 3 instances of what he claims is public corruption. And then we're hearing from the feds that they share information with the local task force, and there are leaks, probably because, people on the task force are in bed with the drug dealers, and this information is so vital that they leak it to whoever, and it has, what is that? What do you say? Has in fact?
It has in fact.
Has in fact compromised at least one major drug investigation. So there you go. Just when you thought you could count on the feds. Well, hopefully that chewing out, because that was a major chewing out, right? Wonder what happens with that when you get a federal judge to chew your ass out so hard like that. Like, she even kind of came down on the U.S. Attorney, Sean Anderson, in that, didn't she? Yeah.
Bree, in all your years of covering courts and everything, have you ever seen whoever the sitting chief judge is admonish people at the federal level for participating in a trial like that? I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, it's been I don't think so. And I've been doing this a long time, so I don't recall.
Certainly not to this level.
Yeah. There were some, in the footnotes, she did mention some of the other resident agents in charge that were very respectful and credible and helpful. And so I don't need to name their names.
Yeah, but it's huge. It's huge and great get with that story, Bree and Ty. We're gonna take a quick break. It's 8:50.
Well, it was a press release. They issued the decision in order to everybody. So.
Right, but a lot of times people don't really go. Bree does. People read the stuff and they don't get into past the 9-10 page, and that's where all the juice was in this.
No, it was on page 1.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Whoa, let me keep on reading.
I remember when you got it, you were like, dude, look at this. Whoa. It's 8:51. We're going to take a quick break and come back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofon, Inilahan for Haan and Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haan and Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
You know what I mean? Don't tell me what you mean, man. Sit back, relax, and feel alright. Check it out. Just shoot. Cruising down to Mon, checking out all the clubs. See the pretty ladies on the street, yeah. So pretty you fall in love. Island girls, everywhere you go. Gotta give shouts out to our local girls. A little island out in the sea. Short drives everywhere. That's fine with me. Local boys, we cruising it. We kicking out the scene. Gotta find the women. Gotta find the women. Where can they be? 'Cause I said love for an island is what we do. Is what we do. Lovely women.
856. The Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, Jack in the Box, IT&E. Good morning. We did have a couple comments here on our Facebook Live relative to our interview with Daphne Shimizu, the Revenue Tax Director. And she kind of addressed this point, Bree, because people were saying that, oh, well, why do we need to fill out an application for the all rise? Well, first of all, in the original law that they're not really following, it did call for an application process. But people are saying, oh, Reventax has all of our information. They can just go get it. They know who qualifies, who can pay it. But it was kind of key what Daphne had said about Reventax can't just go in and look at your tax information or give out your tax information because it's very protected information. And she went on at length about that. So that's the reason why they can't just shoot you a check like they did for the EIP, which was federal. So since it was federal and the tax code's federal, they were able to look at and kind of find out who was eligible for the economic impact payments. It's 8:58. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Robert Celestial of the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors standing by. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. I have you on mute, Chris. I could barely hear you.
How about now?
I could hear you very slight, though, but it's good.
Okay.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Of course, Robert. Always a pleasure. Digging that little butt bus you got going there. Good look.
I didn't catch that. What?
Your little butt bus you got going, your goatee, it's sharp.
That's a COVID.
Yeah, the COVID project,
Yeah.
right?
Amen. Amen.
Robert, so we brought you on about the RECA. I know you had sent out a release, and this was radiation compensation, right?
Right. I'd like to update you and people of Guam is that for many years, even this year, we've been working with the Senate side, Senator Mike Craquist's office, and evidently we've been working with the Frontline community group, Tina Cordova from New Mexico, Downwinders, Kona Henderson, Downwinders from Utah, Mary Dixon from Idaho, and Mary Dixon from Utah. And also we have the Phil Harrison from the Navajo Nation. So we've been working every Thursday meetings with Zoom, and we came up with all the changes and what we would like to have in our bill for the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. And I'd like to share with you and the people of Guam is that we were able to have two great changes in the bill amendments that's going to be introduced next week with Senator Crapo and Senator Lujan and Congresswoman Fernandez from New Mexico. And the two changes for Guam is that in the last bill, they had Guam that you had to be here on Guam for eligibility for 2 years. So that was changed to, we asked for 1 year to be equal to all the other states, and they agreed. And I have the changes with me. And so also, if you read the other bill, 947 from last couple of years, what they did for Guam was they gave us 1946, and then he stopped in 1958. So 59, 60, and 61 was taken out, and they started up again that if you were in Guam in 1962, that you were eligible. However, there was a problem that if we, back in the last bill, that you had to be on Guam for 2 years. And so I told him, I said, for 1962, even though they're eligible, they won't be eligible because they're only been on Guam for 1 year. And so they were able to agree, and in the amendments that's coming up next week is that they ran it continuous. So from 1946 to 1962 for Guam. So that's the two good changes that we were able to implement with the legislative directors in the Senate side.
And how this is definitely a hard-fought, long battle, Robert. But taking it from here, do you anticipate any closure within this term?
Well, in March of this year, Chairman Jerry Nadler from the Judiciary Committee he asked the subcommittee, Congressman, what's his name, Stanton and Johnson, and I forgot the other guy's name, but they held a subcommittee hearing on the issue on Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which I was able to get my written testimony submitted, and it was entered in the subcommittee hearing. And so what it is that they promised that they would hopefully pass the bill this year, because as you know, Chris and Sabrina, that this bill sunsets in July of next year. So the program ends totally. And so we've been working for 20 years trying to get Guam included. And by the grace of God, we were able to connect with the senator from Idaho to adopt us and keep us in the bill. And so it was, yeah, you're right. It was a hard battle, and it's still a hard battle. But the good thing is that Guam is still in the bill. So hopefully we pray that nothing changes from now to next week, because there are other entities that do want to be included in the bill with all the different groups that have been coming up. And I've been able to be invited to their Zoom meetings. Like there's a lady named Lily Adams, but they're an anti-nuclear group. So we try to avoid them because we don't want them to be associated with the frontline community base because of the different congressmen and women and senators that have other issues against anti-nuclear groups. So we've been fighting hard. Yes.
Right. And
I just want to let the people of Guam that next Saturday, Chris, Sabrina, we have scheduled over at the Tamuning Community Center from 9 to 1 o'clock. We're going to have a PARS meeting, the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors. We're going to have a meeting. We're going to talk about the bill, and hopefully the media will be there, and we'll be able to give a presentation, who will be qualified, and what we need to do to advance our lobbying in Congress. And hopefully the governor and I know the speaker of the legislature is all on board, and Congressman St. Nicholas, we're trying to get him on board in the House side, because we've been diligently working on the Senate side, because we don't have a senator in Congress.
And I was just reading, this is actually the 75th year anniversary of the testing and the nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands.
I could barely hear you, Sabrina.
I was just reading that this is actually the 75th anniversary of the U.S. nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands.
Yes. Matter of fact, just to remind you and the people of Guam, is that I was stationed out there in Inuitak in 1977 to 78. I was part of the cleanup, and even our bill, the Inuitak cleanup veterans are having different issues. And so the Defense Threat Reduction Agency wrote a report on who's eligible to receive compensation if our bill is passed. So there's a strong contention on that side, because the Northern Islands, where I was, we were the cleanup personnel. So they identified the two difference. They had cleanup personnel and support personnel. The support personnel, believe it or not, were on Inuitak Island. So there's a confusion. When you say Inuitak cleanup and you say you're from Inuitak Island, it's a presumption that you're part of it, but they're not. It's because the Southern Islands were clean, and the Inuitak Island veterans they have a contention that they should be included, which that's up to the Congress, not me.
Mm-hmm. And I guess just for people, because this, like you said, this is an issue that's been going on for over 2 decades. But for people who are listening now and trying to figure out what do you mean by downwinders, and if you could just explain
excellent.
that.
Yes. If I'll go back, that's a great question, Sabrina. I'm glad you brought it up. Is that in 1998, when I first started my research for the Inuitak Clean, I found out that the Human Radiation Experiments Committee that was formed in 1994 by President Clinton declassified all the agencies, FBI, NSA, everything, and then I found it through Department of Energy, and I found out that Department of Energy used to be the Atomic Energy Commission, and so when they declassified that, I found Guam in there that were declassified, and then I found Lieutenant Bert Shriver, who was the chemical, biological, radiological officer here in Guam, stationed Nimitz Hill. And then I had him, I asked him to grant me a sworn testimony, which he did. And he stated that back in 1952, 3 days after the Mike Ivy testing, it's 10.4 megaton detonation in Inuitak, that 3 days later, Guam was inundated with nuclear fallout, but kept secret because he was under a Q clearance. Q clearance is a top secret clearance under the AAC. And so what happened was, after I compiled all the information for Guam, I submitted it to our local government and said that Guam needs to be included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. And that was the beginning. And so nobody believed me for 2-3 years until I was invited to go before the National Academies of Science and submit our evidence and testimonies. And then a report came out in 2005. And this is the book right here. And on page 200, it states that Guam is eligible to be included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, and the resident Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout from the testings in both Bikini and in Inuitak. So that's a short history of where we're at, and we were able to be adopted by Idaho, Senator Crapo ever since, and we've been in the bill. And so it's by the grace, like I said, it's the grace of God. It's a miracle that we're even included, is because we had to answer like 1 million questions when we went to Congress. You know, how is it that Guam is included? And all I tell them is that the National Academies of Science has deemed and concluded that we should be in radiation exposure compensation as downwind from the Pacific testings from 1946 to 1962. So thank you for that question. Yeah, appreciate it.
How many people do you think would be eligible for this compensation? And
yes, anyone that was in Guam when this bill was passed, anyone on Guam if you were in Guam for 1 year from 1946 to 1962, then you can apply. And you have the one of the cancers. I don't have the list of cancers with me. We could pull it up on Google if you like. And if you have one of the types of cancers, then you may apply through adjudication. What they'll do is the Department of Justice will bring like a court hearing, and they'll go before a magistrate. And if you're qualified, they'll give you a card, and then you're eligible for just like the other states that's been receiving it. And what it includes is $150,000 and free medical care. And so it's in the amendment that we will be able to receive medical care as the EEOIC, which is the Energy Employment Individual Occupational Compensation Program, which they have been receiving, and they have better medical, which good at benefit. So in this amendment, we are authorized to receive medical health through that program.
All right. Thanks a lot for the update. And again, when was that meeting? Not this Saturday, but next Saturday?
Yes, next Saturday at the 24th from 9 to 1 p.m. And we'll give you an update also, and we'll pray that we had a Zoom meeting yesterday, and what's his name? Graham Mason is the legislative director for Senator Lujan, and he was giving that group an update. So he said that the bill will be introduced next week, but they just came back this week from a break. So I appreciate it. You have any other questions? I'd be happy to answer it.
I think we're good, Robert, but we did have a comment from Rosemary Laguatnia. Comments in, very proud of you, Robert. Thumbs up, prayer hands, heart emoji.
Amen. Well, thank you so much. The PARS members have been working hard. I mean, believe it or not, Rosario and Paul Paris have been the experts in Zoom, and we have been hosting the Zoom meetings from the frontline community, and so that has kept us in the loop, and I was happy to do that, and so we didn't miss any meetings since March.
Wow. Well, the new way of life, the Zoom. Thank you, Robert.
I can barely hear you guys.
Yeah.
What was that, Chris?
I said you're looking handsome today. Keep it up.
Hey, it's my glasses, man.
That's it. I've got to get me some glasses. Thank you, Robert.
You got to get new glasses, Chris.
That's that. Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
You know, he has been working on this for years.
Yeah,
I
he should
remember
run. This
doing-
guy should run for senator.
Did he?
I think he might have.
Yeah.
Maybe. Have you run before, Robert?
Okay.
Have you run for senator before?
Years and years and years ago when I first brought this issue up, but remember, I think somebody called in and said, Robert, remember years ago when you brought this issue up? And I said, yeah. And he said, they were calling you a kook. And
Yeah.
so that's why I guess I didn't make it back then.
Well, maybe you
They didn't
should.
believe that.
Maybe you should try
I didn't
again.
believe that Guam was affected by nuclear fallout.
I remember
but
that.
the grace of God, it's been like, I don't know, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Long time.
Don't worry, I'm not running for senator, not running for any office. I'm happy where I'm at.
Thank you, Robert.
Take care.
Okay, God bless.
That's that. Okay, there you go.
Well, I remember doing this story, I think, with Robert way back.
You're right, and people did call him a kook, and they said he was, people said, oh, this guy's crazy. Oh, downwind radiation. What? And now it's accepted fact. So,
Yeah.
way to go. 9:12, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
The world of KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
Brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscaping.
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC. Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Breeze 93.9 FM.
One soul is red and the
Welcome back, everybody, to The Link on a beautiful Thursday morning here. I bet you it looks really, really good down at the Talafofo River. We're going to get to that in a little bit. That part of the island, never doesn't look bad. And you know I'm super serious when I use, a double negative and everything. But we have got a lot to talk about today, and our friends at GVB are here. I got Josh Tekenko joining me from the office. Josh, Hapaday, good morning. Okay, so not just Josh, but hail, the gang's all here. What? Anybody else coming in?
Oh yeah. Well, we have right next to me is Mark Manglonia, one of our marketing managers at GBB.
Hi, how you doing?
He's here because we're going to be talking about Vax and Win, and he's the prize man. He knows all the details with the prizes that we're going to be giving away next week for the big finale. We also have Marcus Fong from Glimpses, who's also been helping us with Vax and Win, especially with the process and laying out how people win. Yeah, so thank you so much, Marcus, for joining us as well. And then also we have Dr. Ann Plavitsky from Department of Public Health, our territorial epidemiologist. She's providing the healthcare side, and she has really cool statistics to share with everyone just to, as we're gearing up for the big finale. Of course, we're working with our KUAM family for that, so we're really excited for all of that. So just wrap this up. It's been almost 6 weeks worth of Vax and Win and just promoting this event, but also just kind of encouraging others to take time to learn about what it means to get vaccinated and do it for themselves and their families.
And then, of course, we have our friend Dave Tadinku, who, Dave, I'm sure you're just suppressing a massive, that signature smile of yours and everything, because finally, after so much frustration, there he goes. There's the pearly whites.
It's so early in the morning.
But, after we're going to get to you in a little bit, but after so much waiting and planning and trying to be creative and adapting and frustration and everything like that, we finally have an event where Valley of the Ladi will be open to some degree to the public and everything. So I can't wait to get to that. But let's start out with the Vax to Win campaign. And Josh, Marcus, Dr. Ann, and everything. I know this was such a good idea, and we've even been we speculated on this show even when Dr. Ann was here, and we said we want to try and get people to come out, get vaccinated, do what's right, take care of each other, because as Guamanians, that's what we're all about. Some people might need a little bit more of a motivation if you can incentivize it in any way. And it has paid dividends. I mean, Marcus, we're actually seeing quite a number of people register for the lottery, and we're making a lot of people happy by doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think at last count, we're looking at just over 60,000 entries right now, and still growing. We still got time to be entering all this.
Mm-hmm. And I know, we've had the good pleasure of being down at Adelup when the winners have been announced. And I believe in week 1, there was a family with a lot of little kids, and it's always good to see that the family can be taken care of, with the car and with the cash. And then we've seen people who are in their twilight years. And, I believe on 2 occasions we had people who just celebrated, a birthday in their mid 70s. And, they've been able to have something that they can now take care of their families with. So, Josh, these stories are so heartfelt and touching, but in interviewing each one of these people, they all come back and they say, I'm so humbled for receiving such an amazing gift. Even some people said, I've never won anything before, but they're like, at the end of the day, it comes down to us doing what's right and taking care of our community.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jason. I mean, GVB has been helping out with all the different agencies and throughout this whole pandemic. I mean, when we had the COVID Alert app launch back in September, we worked with you guys to do the download-a-thon, and that really showed the community's effort to just come together and unify and reach a certain goal. And so I think with Vax and Win, it's similar in nature, because we're almost there at the end of this pandemic. The light's at the end of the tunnel, but working together, reaching a certain goal. Guam's really good about doing that, coming together and showing that hospitality and that support. And Mark here will tell you too, when we reached out to GVB membership, aside from the federal money that's helping us with this Vax and Win, there's so much support from GVB members, from the community itself, that they've donated all of these great prizes. And that speaks to their commitment to also wanting to get through this. And Mark, how was that like reaching out to the membership? Was that pretty monumental for.
Yeah, I mean, they share the same goal that we have, right? It's to protect Guam and the community, our loved ones. So when we reached out to our membership, we were quite surprised with the outpouring of support and donations of these wonderful prizes. So we thank all our sponsors for the Vaccine Win. Yeah.
Now I got to ask you guys, because as long as we've worked with GVB and us here at KUM, we've been fortunate to have like a very productive relationship with you fine folks for many, many years. And as a marketing geek, right? I mean, I always like the fact that you guys have done concerts, you guys have put on marathons, you guys do block parties down at Pleasure Island, you guys do bringing over sports tourism, bringing over Japanese professional baseball players to bring and train here. This, I would dare say, was probably the most challenging marketing campaign you've ever had to create and then execute on, because probably unlike the other campaigns, which are like a little bit more niche or like very narrowly defined, this is something that potentially involves each and every Guamanian here, and you wanted to reach every single person and get everybody involved. So as far as the challenge of executing on this plan and everything, what's that been like?
Oh man, when the governor's office asked us to help with this project, we had to incorporate health, and so that's why we reached out to Glimpses to help with a lot of that effort. But honestly, I think if there's anything that this pandemic has taught us, it's that collaboration is key to getting through this. And I know that when working with Glimpses, especially for this project, it's helped with all the different mechanisms that are so technical. I mean, this, like, for example, like this isn't really your typical raffle drawing. This like that spin the wheel thing at the Micronesia Mall, or like seeing all those like names in there. It's not like that. And I know Marcus, like he had to do his research and look for a program that really just could house thousands of names, but also protect the integrity of the information from that. Marcus, you want to share a little bit about how that process was and how technical it was?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jason, as someone who appreciates technology, I think you're going to appreciate the process of this. So we've had some experience with online raffles. And so when the Office of the Governor and GVB came out and asked, for our assistance in this, obviously we had to look for a computer program to do this. As you said, this scope is generally unparalleled. We're looking at north of 60,000 entries as of today, and we're probably going to get much higher before the end of the promo. So we wanted to make sure that we had a program that was robust enough to manage that kind of numbers. We also looked at what other jurisdictions did, because this is certainly not a unique idea to Guam, but we needed to localize it. Then the other parameter that we needed to look at was the safety of personal information and the integrity of the raffle. Right, so we're talking about people's personal information, their date of birth, their other information, their vaccination information. So this couldn't just be something that we wrote on a piece of paper and try to pull out of a bin. We really need to make sure that there was security involved, there was fraud detection. And so when we looked at that scope, we settled on a program called WooRise Pro, which is used by many Fortune 500 companies as well. And we selected on that. We made sure all the security measures are in place, even down to the selection of the names, the raw data files, and the witnesses and the people that are in the room. All of that was taken into account so that we had the full integrity and trustworthiness of the winners.
Well, someone that we do know and whose appreciation for data integrity and data accuracy is very well stated is, of course, Dr. Pobutsky. And Doc, as I understand it, you've of course been tracking the fact of how, since this campaign launched and everything like that, how many more Guamanians have been vaccinated. So can you shed some light on that?
Sure. What we have is two Guams, the vaccinated and the unvaccinated.
It's that
right
binary.
Now, right. Well, what we're seeing in 2021 is 92% of the cases are unvaccinated, and all of our deaths. In the U.S., it's about almost all deaths. All of our deaths in 2021 are among the unvaccinated. And what we're seeing is we're doing really well in terms of vaccinating people over 50. We're at 80% or more for those age 50 to 74, 72% for those age 40 to 49, and 69% of those over age 75. Ideally, this should be 100% for everybody over 50. And those who are lagging behind are the younger groups. I know they think they're probably immune, but unless you've gotten COVID, you're not immune, and we don't even know how long that immunity would even last. We haven't done surveillance on who had COVID and who got vaccinated. And then we have the Chamorros are lagging behind. They're less than half of the Chamorros. 43% are vaccinated. Chuukese are less than 1/3. They're at 30%.
Oh, wow.
And the other Pacific Islander, yes. And the Asian groups, this has been a consistent pattern that we've seen with Pacific Islanders. Chamorros and Chuukese are the biggest groups lagging behind. And then the Asian groups are much better. So that's our goal, is to try and get more young people to admit that they need to protect their elderly family members and the entire island. It's not about you getting protected. It's about you and your family and the entire island. We have to get to herd immunity so that we can have this V&V and we can bring the tourists back and we can open things up more. So we want to see more people get vaccinated. And I know a lot of people, sometimes they don't have the time. It might be that there needs to be different kinds of outreach coming up for this public health to, go to people and that sort of thing. But other than that, that's all I have for right now.
Okay, well, definitely the cause and effect, very, very well defined with that, and obviously the correlations of the people not getting vaccinated and the people getting sick, and then maybe even some of them dying. Well, I'll tell you what, I want to bring on Dave Tydenko down at Valley of the Latte, because certainly one member of the Chamorro population who is definitely up with the times is Dave. There he is. Buenas, Dave. Half a day. Again, it's good to see you. And yeah. So Dr. Ann kind of segued into this, and as more people get vaccinated, as each of us do our part to do what's right for the community, this allows businesses like you and other tour groups, other retailers, restaurants, regardless of industry, this allows us to return to a somewhat normal state of operation. So first of all, before we get into your event, what are your thoughts on the transition from being completely shut down to now we can actually start to plan to move back to being in business?
First off, I need to take my hat off to obviously the administration and our medical professionals that have really guided us through this process of making our island safe first for our people before we do anything else. And it's been a struggle. I mean, particularly the tourism industry is probably, when they recently completed a study to talk about what businesses were most negatively impacted, and it was the tourism industry and continues to be. But at the same time, we are probably in a better position today to recover a lot quicker. Dr. Roseanne Jones at the conference that GHRA and Chamber and a bunch of others, private industry organizations hosted, said that based on the data that they've gathered, although we really had to shut down and clamp down and be able to make our island safe, she looks to a robust recovery. But we have to be mindful that at the same token, we need to be careful about how we do that. And so, again, as tough as it has been, and all of us, bar none, have either family members that were affected by COVID or know someone really close. I mean, it's been really a tough stretch for a lot of us. I think we feel good that our medical professionals and our political leadership guided us through the process using science, using data to make decisions. And, we wouldn't be doing this event that we're talking about unless we first went to the medical professionals, went to the administration and said, is this the right thing to do? Because I think our people are dying to get out now. And it's encouraging to see the number of people that have been going forward and getting vaccinated, because that's the key for all of us to make our island safe for our people first.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the Ha'anin Minaguf event. Finally going to be down there. People are going to be able to enjoy the river cruise that Chris and I were so fortunate. You took us about a year before the pandemic actually started and everything like that. And we were saying earlier on the show, Dave, that I don't care, if you were born on Guam, if you moved here, if you're stationed in the military here, everyone needs to experience that at least once a year. kids need to go there for field trips and everything like that. I mean, because it's a part of our culture, it's our history, it's our heritage, but also it's just a heck of a lot of fun being on the water.
Yeah. Yeah, prior to the pandemic, every April, we would partner with the Visitors Bureau, Guam Visitors Bureau, and others in the community to host our annual river festival. And so we weren't able to do it in 2020. Obviously, we were shut down March 20th.
Yeah.
And we weren't able to do it this past April because we were still in the midst of this process of trying to make our island safe. But we're able to do it. It's kind of our liberation after Guam's liberation. What we're doing, we're working with the mayors of Inaran and Talafolo. They both apologized that they couldn't be on. They wanted to be on today, but there are some memorial ceremonies related to the liberation event that they were attending. But at the end of the day, the communities of Inalahan and Talafolo, we're getting together. We're opening it up for our residents, opening it up for our friends and family, our military folks to come out and pay a small fee to be able to take these net proceeds and give it back to the villages of Inalahan and Talafolo.
Yep.
And
well done.
We're also
here.
Encouraging. Yeah. Well, we're also encouraging. We use it as a platform. This is kind of our annual give back to the community that hosts the valley at the Talafolo and Ugam rivers. We are encouraging Guam Product Seal members, local artists and farmers to come out because we also provide a venue for them to come and sell their wares, sell their produce. And the space that we provide, we provide it as part of the event at no cost to them. And we've already got a number of people already signing up. Mungy Pops is there, and they've been here for a number of years. Victoria Sayer is already signed up. She's a great landscape artist who has some of her stuff here at our gift shop as well. We've got some new companies signing up. I think it's called the Coconut. It's called the Coconut Candy Factory or whatever. But we're bringing out products that our local people have made to showcase, and obviously we've got a great caterer who's from Southern Guam that's going to be able to serve great Southern food. For our people. And then we're kind of excited as well. We partnered with Flame Tree Freedom Center, and through a grant that was provided by GIDA, we were able to create and work with the Kosrayan, the Yapis, the Ponapean, and Chukis community to build a Micronesia village. When we talk about our islands, we're talking about, being able to share the history and connection between Guam and the Carolinian Islands. We used to trade many years ago, and there's actually a story of a trading group that came from Lamatrek and we're constantly trading on Talafolo Bay. Well, we want to be able to tell the story of all our people and our islands, and we're going to be proud to bless that facility. We're working hard. There's still a few roofing material that needs to get done and stuff, but yeah, we want to share that with our island. And then the other part of that is our long-standing partnership with Para Iprobetsu I Tautauta. We're going to bring out their groups, the Gumas, to again showcase our cultural performers, and then just share a great day. Ha'ani Minagav really means a day of happiness, right? A day to feel good, a day to feel great, and it's partly because now we've come to a point that we're going to be able to open for our community and basically share the beauty of our islands with all that are here.
Amen, Dave. Props to Valley of the Latte. It's it's just so amazing. It's something you definitely have to do. It's eco-friendly. I love that they farm out there. Little known secret, they have the best red rice and barbecue chicken on that tour, Dave. But I want to go back to what you said about a Micronesian village. And this is so key because a lot of times our focus is, obviously, we're on Guam and the land of the Chamorros, but regionally, there were so many things we did with all of our island partners, and I love that you guys are doing that down at Valley of the Latte. It's so key, so important.
Yeah, again, I spent a lot of time with at the Visitors Bureau in a past life, and one of the great things about the Visitors Bureau is that it is really not just an organization that focuses on Guam, it focuses on our region as well. And we're basically, for us, we're proud of our particular experience because we people that work with us are from Pohnpei, are from Yap, are from Chuuk, as well as Chamorros and Filipino. We represent the colors of our island. And, so when people are coming here, they may not necessarily get a chance to go out to the other islands initially, but we're hoping that when they do come here, they can get a taste of Micronesia, and hopefully that will spur interest in our regional tourism product, which is all of Micronesia, the Sinai, Guam, the Federated States of Micronesia, Palau, and the Marshalls. So we're trying to slowly but surely tell the story and share that with everybody that visits, and hopefully it will help those other islands as well.
Outstanding. We'll tell you what, we gotta let you guys go because we got the chief of police also in the Zoom room. But you know what, everybody watching, this is a success story, and the fact that we can now have these events and talk about it realistically and invite the community to some degree is a win for our community. And like Dr. Pobutsky said, basically when you look at it, there's those the Guamanians who are vaccinated and those who are not. So Josh, Marcus, thank you guys for putting this campaign together. Let's continue to get it done. Go out, get your shot, and we can't wait to work with you guys in the future to continue to keep our community safe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Jason. And to just Posse today for this event too. GVB is happy to be a great sponsor of it. We were down there at Valley of the Latte. Dave accommodated us for our vlog series, Let's Go Guam. And I can tell you firsthand experience, like all the accommodations they made, the safety protocols that they've done. It really was a great experience.
Very nice.
Just you felt so safe there. So, and
Dave
and
is nothing if not thorough.
Village being built, like it was really cool and exciting. It almost was like a variation of a real life Guam Micronesia Island Fair down south. And so I think that we didn't have one really this year physically. So I think this is something that is really going to showcase all of us, like he was saying, all the colors of Micronesia. So
all right, thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, we got to run. Marcus, thank you, man. We appreciate your leadership.
Thank you, Marcus.
All
Thank
right.
you, Josh.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dave. See you. Thank you, Dr. Ann. All right, we got to take a really quick break, and we're coming back with the chief of the Guam Police Department next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Get more data and more value with
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofo and Inilahan for Ha'anan Minagov, a great date to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Ha'anan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
Four-piece band, Her Heart. Good morning. This is The Link, Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, Jack in the Box, Sabrina Salas Manzanotti. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. And good morning to Chief of Police Steve Ignacio. We'll let him in from the Zoom room. Good morning, Chief.
Morning, Chief.
Hi, good morning, Bree. Morning, Chris. Morning, Jason.
Thanks for joining us, Bree. Go ahead, get right into it.
Okay. Well, thanks, Chief. I know you've been busy. Have you heard anything? What is the latest? Because we did speak with Melanie Guerrero. She was on with us earlier this week.
She had a lot of high praise for the job that the Guam Police Department has done relative to this murder case of her son Michael Castro, Chief. So I don't know if you heard the interview, but she did speak very highly of not just the officers who have been working the case, but the department in general.
Yes, I did have a chance to meet with Melanie before Nicholas. I think Nicholas had already landed on Guam, but before his initial hearing with the district court, because he was extradited to Guam through the U.S. Marshals. So, I did talk to her, and, I kind of, let her understand, how we do things, as investigators of the Guam Police Department. I've been an investigator, as you know, myself, and I've worked many homicides and, having to deal with many families, throughout the years. And so, I kind of explained to her, the process of, why we keep things close to the chest, and we even if, we'd like to disclose to the family what we know, there are a lot of things that we don't discuss because as a matter of sensitivity for the case and making sure that we can move forward. But yes, I thank Ms. Guerrero for acknowledging the hard work of the men and women of the Guam Police Department, not just like you said CID, but the Guam Police Department as a whole. Their involvement of this case from the beginning to where we're at today.
Yeah. She did mention also, not just for the work that was done, but for the work that you guys continue to do. And, she's just hoping and praying that, his body, Michael's body, will be found. Do you have any updates on, or anything that you can release with regard to the search for Michael's body or the possibility of any other arrests that will be made, or in fact, if any other arrests have been made?
No, like I said, at this point, this, although arrests have been made, this is still a very active, ongoing investigation. So, we don't want to disclose any other information other than what we're making available through the magistrate's complaints at this point.
And I think we're all waiting also for an indictment and whether or not the grand jury will return a true bill. They did already for Nicholas in the drive-by shooting. So
right.
I guess we're all waiting with bated breath on that. But I did want to ask you about your reaction to this decision and order, very stinging decision and order by the chief judge over at the district court with regard to the Richard Gapison case. And as you know, that was a major drug case. I mean, he was caught with, I want to say 1,000 grams or 100 grams with a street value of $500,000. And so I'm not sure if you're aware of that decision and order, but there were parts of it that was kind of concerning. Well, actually, the whole thing was concerning, but just the mention about information that Gapison had provided as a cooperating defendant about details about criminal activities in which local government employees and 3 separate government entities may be committing. And then there was another part in this decision and order where the judge was criticizing how the information that he provided wasn't necessarily being shared between the federal investigating agencies. And there was one of the reasons that was given was that agents testified that the sharing of information with the local task force could and has, in fact, led to compromising leaks, which in turn have affected major criminal investigations. So I'll start there in terms of your reaction, whether or not you heard of any allegations of corruption.
No, Bree. Matter of fact, I haven't even had a chance to read the document that you sent forward to me. I'll definitely make time today to read it, and I can come on to the air tomorrow and kind of give you my perspective on it. Yeah. Without reading the document, I don't think I'd be able to make any comments at this time. I wasn't too sure where what the allegations are in the or the concerns were in the Gapison case. Definitely something I'll look into.
Well,
definitely look into the issue of Gapison and when was he arrested? What was he arrested for? Who arrested him?
Yeah, in a nutshell, though, just in general, what the judge did was, she did sentence Gapison for the December 2019 drug incident, but in her decision and order after she issued the sentence, she just went off, I guess you could say. And I don't want to say it's on local law enforcement, but this was
more
in
on the federal.
To the
yeah, she
federal.
really chewed the federal ass out bad.
Yeah, and to the point where it was concerning to her that an investigation of this magnitude and the information that was provided by this particular cooperating defendant went unchecked. And
unused, even.
Right,
yeah.
and so what that translates to is that, gosh, he gave all this information. Nobody vetted it for its value. Could you imagine all the drug trafficking and all this other stuff that could have been going on? Our streets aren't safe.
And Chief, just a little background. I don't know if you recall, but this was 2019, and this was Gapison was busted at the Guam main facility in Barrigada, and there was a viral video where people were filming him being pulled out of the vehicle. So this was that case, and it was 1,000 grams of meth.
So that video. Yeah, no. Again, I think that was a federal case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we may have had some involvement, but if we did, it was probably our task force officers who are sworn federal officers to work on these task forces, and execute federal laws. So I'm not tracking the Gapison case. Really, like I said, I'll definitely read into it, and share our perspective from the Guam Police Department. Because it is concerning, when federal agencies come on and say that they're hesitant to share information with the local PD our local counterparts because of leak information. And, that's always a concern, whether you're at the federal level, the local level, is who you share information with, because, does the information get into the wrong hands? And then, gets spread further and given to the people, that you're actually investigating, because, you have, people that are, sharing information that they shouldn't be. Yeah.
I guess it's just kind of, I feel like we're all supposed to be
On the same page.
Yeah, and in this war against drugs together, and even, just setting GPD aside, just talking strictly on the federal side, that order was really eye-opening and really concerning. Everybody should be concerned and take the time to read this. And you can read it on KUAM.com for anybody that cares.
Right. And hopefully a lot of people care.
Yeah.
Chief, there's something else.
I think people do care. We're talking about our community. We're talking about drugs in our community. And we know that drugs, the ICE problem is the root of other problems. It leads to robbery, leads to theft, it leads to breakdowns in the family. Family violence, domestic violence.
Murder. Even.
So it's the root cause of a lot of the issues that we deal with as a community.
Yeah. Thanks, Chief, for saying that.
Yeah. Thanks. Chief, we also wanted to talk about something that made my eyes open wide was Public Works. They're considering raising the speed limit on some of the island's roadways. And are you part of this conversation? And just what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, so when you told me that Public Works is planning to raise the speed limits, I actually reached out, not to Vince directly, but through his staff. And, they spoke to Director Arreola. And, they're in the very early stages. What they're looking at is just, is there a possibility that there could be raising the speed limits? And, whether or not they plan to raise the speed limits, the highest that they could raise the speed limit right now by statute under Title 16 is 45 miles per hour. So if we're at 35 miles per hour for all these major roadways, and he's looking at places like, there's been big improvements to the road. He talked about particularly like Route 3. If you've been up to Route 3, from GRMC all the way up to the new Marine Corps base, that is a very beautiful, improved stretch of roadway. So, those are things that he's looking at. He definitely did relay that any conversation, any serious conversation about raising the speed limits, will involve the Guam Police Department. So I look forward to that conversation. But right now, he's just having his traffic engineering folks looking at, the possibility or the feasibility of raising those speed limits. Yeah, so we're not looking at raising the speed limits to freeway standards.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I was like, man, if we give us 65, whoa there, easy.
Chief Ignacio. Yeah, this is not Texas. You're not going to see a 75 mile per hour speed limit sign. That's
Thank
for sure.
you. Right on. Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's so funny. I've been here on Guam over 20-something years, and growing up in the States and growing up, in Oklahoma, I was used to driving, pretty quick when you get on the highway. But when I go back, I can't get on the interstate
Scary.
and drive.
Yeah.
It's like I'm so used to going the cool 35.
I can't even do the on-ramp into the freeway without sweating and my palms are sweating. It's scary. And I feel like everyone knows I'm from Guam.
And so I'm the complete opposite of you two, because I look when I go off island, for family trips or conferences or whatever, I look forward to driving on the freeway. It's kind of liberating.
Yeah.
It's kind of liberating to be able to go 75 or 65 or
open it up a little, right?
Yeah, I love driving on the freeway every opportunity I get.
Well, I mean, you came from highway patrol, so I can see why.
Mm-hmm.
Probably pretty good at it.
Yeah.
We got to put him into that training that you guys do, the deputy chiefs of police.
I like driving slow, though. I'm careful. Chief, while we're on the subject of driving, I don't know if you had any more info on this. Was there an administrative investigation into So was it like one officer and then two civilians?
Yeah, you guys sent a press release. I was already off work late yesterday.
You know, Bree, let me start off with this. You know, yesterday we finally were able to, I believe it was yesterday, we were finally able to give out the press release on, the arrest of 3 of our employees. And at the same time yesterday, we had a very nice completion ceremony or graduation ceremony, if you will, for our Project View Youth Summer program. And it's very disheartening for me that here I go again, having to talk about the conduct of off-duty employees, overshadows something as good and positive as our Project View Summer Youth Program. And I really like I really prefer to be in front of KOM and in front of the camera talking about that good project. But once again, I have to sit down here and explain to the public about actions that I've taken against the employees and the decisions that they made off duty. It just overshadows the good, the many good things that the police officers do. I mean, there were a bunch of police officers who were mentors in the youth summer program. But, be that as it may, yes, there is an administrative investigation ongoing. Yes, this case does go back, I believe, to late June. And yes, when I was informed, I immediately placed, based on the information that I had available to me at the time, I did decide to place one of the employees on administrative leave immediately while the investigation was ongoing. And it was through the course of doing the administrative investigation that I determined that a parallel criminal investigation regarding DUI had to be conducted. And so I pulled in the Highway Patrol Division, and I told them to look into this because I'm concerned that there may be DUI involved here, because it's what I believe led up to the other incidents related to these employees. And and I told Highway Patrol, if probable cause exists, and you believe that probable cause exists to make an arrest for DUI, then by all means execute those arrests, because we need to. I need to hold these people accountable. We need to do our own investigations. Let's not just pass this off again to the AG's office. We are police officers. We are charged. We have that duty and responsibility to make arrests when appropriate. And so, the arrests were made, and we've closed the cases and forwarded them up to the AGs. But man, it's just really, really disheartening that such a good thing that we did yesterday is now being overshadowed by, the arrest and the administrative investigation that's ongoing with these 3 employees. You should see the faces on those kids, the faces on the parents, and I want to talk about that because Sergeant Paul Tapao, one of the last things that he announced was that each of those kids were all going to get 1 credit towards their high school credits. And I saw one of the parents, kind of like, yes, they're very excited, because it could be just that 1 credit that, their son or daughter needed,
right,
to get through high school, or make sure that they get through their senior year.
Yeah.
But, it's just disheartening.
Yeah.
But, it is what it is. As the chief, I have
just
to
gonna
deal with
say-
it, and I just have to move on.
I mean, I was just going to say, Chief, it is what it is, but we don't think that the conduct of these 3 employees overshadows Project Q. Seeing the kids, seeing it on Instagram, talking with Sergeant Tapao, it's a great thing, and you guys do a lot of great things. And we won't let the few bad apples spoil the whole bunch around here.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because day in and day out, there are more good things that the police officers do than there are bad things. And unfortunately, like I said, news sells, but sometimes bad news sells better than good news. But it is what it is. Like I said, and, just have to deal with it as a department, as a chief, and I just want to make sure that we don't let these things overshadow the really good things that we're doing with our community and connecting with especially our youth.
Right. Okay, so I'll reach out to Sergeant Tapao. Maybe we can get him on tomorrow and talk a little bit more about the project too.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's focus on that. That's really good stuff. And man, all they kept asking me yesterday at the ceremony was, when's the next one? When's the next one? I mean, these are the adult, the partners from the nonprofit and the government. We're actually looking forward to the next one. And I've already talked to Sergeant Maggie Napke and Sergeant Paul. I really would like to do maybe a mini camp during the
Summer.
Christmas break.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I think there's like a 2-week break period, between Christmas and New Year. So maybe we can do something there.
Thank you, Chief.
Make sure to sign us up as
Yeah.
one of the mentoring partners.
Yeah, that was actually one of the suggestions. I think it was Miss Samantha Titano from Manialo. She goes, it's good if we can continue that connection that the police officers, the mentors, have with the kids that were in the program. And I said, that's a good idea. Let me have that discussion with Mr. Fernandez from DOE, and maybe I can get these mentors to come in and visit at least maybe on a monthly basis. Go in and do a checkup, with their kids that they mentored. Making sure that they continue to provide that good advice, making sure that they provide the check in and just see how are you doing. Continue to encourage them to make good decisions, and just be something positive in their life.
Amen, Chief. Thanks for stopping by, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Chief.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. Take care.
Have a good day. There you go, Chief of Police Steve Ignacio. Good job today, Jason.
Good show, guys. A lot of info.
Right on. Joe, sir, good job. Bree, awesome work.
Good job, Christopher.
Thank you. This has been The Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. My name's Chris. Until tomorrow, esta, adios!
The KUAM Care Force